史上最多の12チームが参戦し、新ルール2ディビジョン制が導入された2024年シーズン。長きにわたる激闘も本日ついに終止符が打たれ、ディビジョン S 代表グッドエイトスクワット対するはディビジョン F 代表ヨギボーリジェクト。日本最強チームの座をかけて両チームが相まみえるストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2024 グランドファイナル開幕。
Teams are about to go blow to blow, toe to toe, and when the dust settles, we will have our champion team to represent the land of Japan. My name is St. Cola. This is Vicious. Man, let's get into this. Grand Finals for Street Fighter League Japan 2024 starts now, and I cannot wait. My brother, how are you feeling?
I got shivers down my spine. I felt as if hair were actually growing on my head just watching that trailer to get us here to the Grand Finals. I was like ecstatic before, but now I've got the electricity going through my body just watching this all come together finally after one of the most intense bouts of the year. The entirety of Street Fighter League Japan now at its culmination.
It's been a long journey, regulation play. The playoffs were maybe blowouts in some ways, but for these players to get to this point, being one of those contentious, hardest seasons thus far, I feel, with the skill level rising, the meta changing in between, for them to stay solid, is something significant. And it's led to some of the best Street Fighter I have seen thus far. So the greatest moments in 6 already, but now it ends. And there's a part of me that's super sad, as I say it during the playoffs, I'll say it here, to see it all end, man. It's just a little depressing.
I feel like it's just a little bit of a pause before we get into the actual big dance, right? I'm more excited to see who comes out on top to face off against the other champions of Street Fighter League around the world, right? This is only another step forward towards the ultimate goal of not only being champions, but also being invited back onto the stage for Capcom Cup, as we talked about what the winner gets for Capcom Cup for the Street Fighter League World Championships. What we're talking about right here, right now, and what's down the line and what's at stake, which we will get into a little bit later on. Obviously, we have our very esteemed commentators. We got Frida, we got Aru, we got Hamiko as well. Before we get into all of the nitty-gritty, in terms of the gameplay, let's talk about what's happening right now. This is the grand final between the two titans, Good 8 Squad, as well as Yogibo Reject. Now, when we talk about the specific grand final rules, the battle format itself will be the same, as both teams will face off against each other with 3 sets of matches, with the first 2 sets of games being 2 out of 3, worth 10 points each set. Now, the anchor match, of course, that one will be 3 out of 5, being worth 20 points. The main takeaway here in the grand finals, however, is that it's a race to 90 points, right? Both teams will be switching positions until that goal has been met, and that will take place after every single anchor match. So with that in mind, you could see what's going to be happening right now for the grand finals in regards to who will be fighting first on the home side. We talked about it a little bit earlier from Hameko's choice. The fact that Yogibo Reject was the more dominant team throughout the season, they netted 305 points in comparison to Good 8 Squad's 245 in their own respective divisions. They are allowed the big home field advantage, at least in the first couple of sets, as we get into the entirety of our big dance. So again, We've established all of that. We've got everything ready. We've talked about our predictions in regards to who's going to face off against who. But we do have a couple of surprises in regards to what the away squad's going to be looking like for the Team of Good 8 squad. We kind of hinted at it. It actually came to fruition, but with a little bit of a twist. Now, I have to keep it a teaser. I don't want to ruin it just yet. But St. Cola, with the breakdown of the rules and everything on the line, what right now are your predictions in like totality of it all? Like in regards to whether or not it would be a blowout, if it'd be a close race. You don't have to even say who you think is going to win. I just want to know like how back and forth you think it's going to be today.
I feel like it's going to be very back and forth considering the squads that we have. Obviously, Yogibo Reject has Akira, which is a big pain point for Good 8 squad unless they have a character to fight that Cammy off. However, with these teams getting here, the amount of points that they have amassed, watching them grow and prepare and prep, I feel like we're going to get some close sets. I won't say what team I think is going to win, but I think it'll be a lot closer than what we saw in the playoffs. I do think that we're going to see a lot more matches here. I think y'all should get ready for a very long day of Street Fighter play. Regardless, it'll be like that, as you mentioned, 90 points in totality. That's 21 points that we had in the regulation. But I do think that we're going to have a lot of long sets and going to the distance and the limit. Either way, it's going to be an endurance test, as we've seen every time in the season. It's not just about what you send up first, but what you send up after. And there's no motion up on the screen. I love seeing the support from Japan, all the people out there. No motion, Frida, Hamiko, Aru, and all the people in the stands. That place is packed to the brim with people. I think Mina's also out there as well as they take a walk around. I see the booths, some of the teams selling their merch too.
Yeah, this is all the official merch that is been showed off throughout the entirety of the year. I feel like with some of the newer things that came out from watching some of these streams with Street Fighter League, you obviously have the entirety of the Capcom catalog available to you. They even have like the Monster Hunter World stuff, which is pretty neat. Some of the new, I mean, we're expecting a big Monster Hunter launch regardless, right? It's going to be coming up real soon, but we do have those extras as well. I see that No Motion already highlighting the snacks. I like that. I would love to be there and kind of enjoy those snacks, but we're here instead, and that's just as fine. That's okay. But it's always fun to see like some of the expos highlight some of like the Capcom and Street Fighter merch specifically, because they're really finely made as well. But this is going to be so cool. What the heck is this wall? This is actually kind of sick. Oh,
is this where people pick their characters? Yeah. Representation?
That's what it looks like.
Oh,
it's like
no Ed players,
maybe
really.
like popular characters. A lot of Terry.
Look at
a lot of Terry
face.
representation.
True. Not a lot of kids.
Oh, they're chocolates.
Put that back up. Oh. I wonder if they're taking the chocolate away or you're putting the chocolate up to represent your character.
I would take it away, brother. I'd be like, you know what? Less representation in regards to certain characters. I'll take that. Like, maybe I think it would have to be like specifically designed chocolate, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Unless I'm tripping.
Oh, that's so cool. Of course, they've got coin machines, it looks like, too, as well. Oh, man. Okay, next year, I'd love to be there. Obviously, we'll be there for Capcom Cup, but this is so cool to have all these different things. So you're not just watching the event or you get ready for the event. You can, like, interact with all the various things with Street Fighter 6. Like, I don't know what half this stuff is, but it looks so cool. Tail Holdings, shout out to them, always supporting Street Fighter League. We saw them, you know, on stage previously at Capcom Cup last year. We said they're out here again supporting. And this place it's just so packed.
No way!
What is this?
The desk mat. Yep.
This has been what for a long time, right?
I know you guys can hear me back there. I 100% need someone to secure this for me, and I will give you the money when I arrive in Japan. Because I need that desk mat. That is the coolest desk mat ever, and I 100% need it. And I feel like for those that are listening to the broadcast right now, it may be a little bit too late. But if you could snag it for yourself, I highly recommend it, because it is like, it's the exclusive artwork from Street Fighter League Japan. But these are sick too, man. There's so many different peripherals up on display. Obviously, we've had a very big eruption in regards to like the playability on other peripherals and seeing other people kind of like finding their niche or finding their groove with those peripherals, and it's been a really lovely time to see how far we've developed in regards to execution and comfort for a lot of the players out there too. But even for the casual audience, on the cuter side, right? They have socks. They have like Judy socks, Cammy socks. They have to have like my socks now. But this is cute.
Of course.
I like this.
Sin bag. Like, I don't even play the character, but I want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want it. Just looks so cool. Novelty fair. All right. Is it too much to ask to get like one thing set aside per booth, just for when we come through in a couple of weeks, just like 1 or 2? We'll pay you. We'll give you the money. You can pick it at random. I'll take anything at this point. So jealous.
Yeah, I think I would need that bag to like put stuff in, to be honest with you. I think that tote bag looks pretty cool. But yeah, I think there's been a pretty decent availability of like some of these products over at like the official Capcom stores. I know like Shibuya Parko has it, like the big department store that has the Capcom store in it. There have been like a slow release of like newer products little by little, but also speaking of newer products coming out, obviously we got the official release date for the Capcom Fighting Collection, including CVS 2, Alpha 3, or I guess 03 Upper, even like the Power Stone games, and I think Star Gladiator too. But the Rival Schools franchise is what I wanted to try out because I never got to as a kid. Like, and they always had it like at Arcade Infinity, but I never was able to play it because I didn't know how to play it, obviously. So I wasn't gonna waste my quarters when I could play Street Fighter 4. But this is a really big important time to kind of like check it out for yourself, kind of re-indulge in some of the classics that you might have missed. I think CVS 2 is going to be on everybody's minds, and it's going to be like one of the hottest things too. I mean, that's what happened with Marvel 2 as well. So I'm really looking forward to facing everybody off in CVS 2 for sure.
I'm looking forward to playing that game because I never really played it in a serious manner. So looking forward to playing with people that maybe are also new like me and not just get bought by people who are old heads with that game. But let's go back to Street Fighter 6, man. Again, it's been an insane season. We have 2 teams, Yogibo Reject, Good 8 Squad, that are waiting in the wings, ready to fight and face off. And with a variety of characters too as well. You know, we're not gonna spoil what's gonna go on with some of these cats, but we've seen them have some counter picks here and there. We've seen them also, both teams also have like the Secret Sim on their side of things. And it's all came down to this grand finals. We had month after month, week after week of Street Fighter 6 play in terms of regulation. We see them also play out in the outside of things, the singles, in the CPT events, the World Warrior events. I think all that leads to here, to League. Even though it's like a singles type of thing, at least to the team event, for them gathering data from around the world or their experiences, it all kind of boils down to this. And it's such a serious thing for all these players. You talk to them, they're like, the reverence for Street Fighter League Japan is just so high for them. This, to them, is just as important as winning a Capcom Cup.
I would definitely agree with that. I think I've had a good amount of experience being able to talk to some of the players out there and ask them like how much of the weight is really on their shoulders in regards to trying to play out the season. And I've had that exposure over at like Tokyo Game Show, over at like Evo Japan prior, to kind of like ask them like how they're prepping, etc. They very much so take this to the nth degree. They would take it like in a very serious manner and very serious tone, especially with what it leads to now. I feel like with the introduction of new paths into Capcom Cup, it's really heightened the amount of competition now in Street Fighter League. So with that in mind too, that's going to be a very considerable deal for a lot of the players, not even just in Japan, but for Street Fighter League US, Street Fighter League EU as well. And there's even, you know, the prize money to be considered, right? That's a pretty decent amount of compensation for all of your time being spent in the lab and being spent throughout the season, etc. So I'm really glad that the sponsors over at Taiyo Holdings have been holding it down for so long. As you can see it, the $8 million yen prize pool, with first place taking the big lion's share of 5 million yen, second place with 2 million, and third with 1 million in their pocket, divvied up amongst the teammates. And now, we've also talked about some of the awards they've been giving out on an individual level. We still have to give away the MVP award of the entirety of the season, which will be established shortly after.
Man, it'd be so hard to pick an MVP. There's so many standout players, some that didn't even make it this far. I guess my personal one would be Lashar at this point, in terms of how dominant he has been and how much he has been showing out. He's already won so many awards. I think the most awards have been won by Reject at this point. But just how much work he's done to be new to this season, and then how he's played off in the playoffs and kind of solidifying their spot, taking down Seoul with that final game, and having a character that's been quote-unquote nerfed in a drastic way. He's been able to stay solid. I don't know. I feel like for me, he might be MVP, but there's too many people I would put at MVP. I don't know the criteria. I'm sure they have a panel for that. But what would you think?
So it really depends. So I think what's out the window already is this is the stats from regulation season. I think we've already awarded who was like the top dog for both Division S, Division F. I would imagine whoever happens to have the best win record for the entirety of playoffs today, depending on like how many games they played as well, that would pretty much determine who would receive the MVP, in my opinion. So I would say if I were to blindly pick without like anticipation of what's happening today or like what's going to be played out today, just based off of prior performance, I think your potential nominees would have to be amongst obviously Tokido, Lashar, Gachikun, and Kawano. If I were to predict the top four, actually, I would replace Kawano with Pugera because of some of his big clutch moments too. But those would be my top four in regards to nominations.
I agree. I think those would be like top four for me as well. If I had to pick one, it has to be Lashar, but any of those top four could definitely make that rotation. We'll have to see what changes today in terms of like that grand finals play. There's a lot to consider. There's a lot of games that I have to go through and a lot of moments I'm sure we're going to be witnessing, considering it's going to be a very long amount of sets. 90 points. 20 points more we had in regulation play. And considering what's on the line, the weight of possibly getting another step towards qualifying further into like another Capcom Cup being already solidified, I don't have to worry about that, is a big deal. So with all that weight, all that mental stack, all that, I don't want to say fear, but pressure put on you, you know, every match, first to two or first to three, is going to be like absolute, maybe like a first to 50 in terms of how much you're sweating and endurance, you know, how much energy you're outputting, I should be saying. So I feel like, you know, going back to what we were saying early, I feel like this is going to be a pretty even thing. We get some of the awards going back and forth. We're going to talk about, again, the MVP at the end of everything after grand finals happen. So we'll get to that. But I just can't wait to see the bout. I just can't wait to see the hands be flying, bro.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said in regards to like the specific rule of the race to 90 points. We've talked about how they perform on a normal basis where it's just 3 team battles, or I guess three different team battles, in one set, or 3 different sets in one team battle, question mark? Either way you spin it, but 3 sets within a team battle. And it gets a little bit harder to tell what the strategy should be, or at least how the gameplay is going to look like in regards to like who plays off against who, because you're downloading that information with even more matches, right? By default, you're already looking at 2 whole rotations of the away team going to the home team and then going back to the away team, just because of how many games we're going to be playing, right? So it does get me excited to watch it, but more so nervous for those that have already had their determined game plan, right? I want to know like which game plans stick out and actually do the most damage, and I want to see on the other side, I want to see which game plans just fall flat on their face, which forces the team that have constructed said strategy to adjust, right? Those are going to be like the big heightened pinpoints of action that are going to be experienced potentially here in a grand finals setting.
I'm trying to see, like, are they going to rely upon Akinu, the secondary account, or whatever it may be? But regardless, it comes down to this, and I'm with you, man. I want to see what happens to like the strategies that work, the ones that don't, and on what happens on both sides. On the away side, you really prepped and prepared. You were during the playoffs, you were during the regulation play, but this is different. So we're going to get right into it. Look at No Motion starting things off. By the way, I love their costumes. They're amazing.
I'm glad they're staying consistent too. Like they're picking the same costumes that they have been wearing for like, I think the entirety of numerous CPT broadcasts, if I'm not mistaken. It's always been like the Honda pick. It's always been the Ken pick. And I hope like they play those exact characters as well. But we are getting the deep dive in preparation. Damn, dude. Gachikun is big chilling. Legs crossed, lean back a little bit. Kawano with the arms crossed. Pugera looking a little slightly nervous. YC Mochi, I feel like he might be the most nervous one here, but I can't tell. Now Gachikun, he might be feeling it a little bit. As soon as he cracks that smile, you know there's something. You know there's something going on in his mental. Look at that, bro. Zooming in on the captain, pretty much well deserved, man. He's been such a sturdy force, not even just for a good 8 squad as their captain, but also a centrifugal force for like Rashid players all over.
100%. And again, you had, as you mentioned, Kawano, Waishimochi, Pugera in the back. Beyond that, you know, despite the nerves, like, these guys are absolute champions. Whether it be legends in the game, been playing longer for most people who have been playing, whether they be Evo champions, Capcom Cup champions, top 8 places at minimum. I mean, these guys are killers. Don't be mistaken by their features and what they're showing right now. Nerves are only a power up to them at this point. So we're also getting a look at Yogibo Reject, but it's cool to see that the rise of Good 8 Squad is different than what we had last season. As we mentioned during Homicle's Choice, we see them, Good 8 Squad, with the characters that they have been wanting. But now, new in name, but not by battle besides Lashar, of course. And even then, he's been playing like he's been here for a long time. He's no tourist. He's not new to this at all, the way he's been playing. Yogibo Reject. Let's take a look at them and how nervous they are. Discussing strategies, it looks like. Wiping on the hands. I'm guessing they're warmers. That man is in prayer. He is actually a monk, bro. He is actually. Please let all my drive impacts hit. Please, God.
What a beast. Staying true to the character, too, man. And they're showing off the brand. These guys are professionals. Yeah. When it comes to, like, I want to specify, this is, in my opinion, like artificial tech, right?
Okay.
Having all the extra things that are needed to like completely focus for your gameplay is very interesting. I think Tokido obviously has been one of the pioneers for that. I remember everybody and their moms probably remembers this. The tape measuring tool, the tape measuring tech that he had between himself and the monitor. I thought that was very funny. And now he's got like the hand warmers. He's got like, he used to do like the jog in place a bunch. Obviously, I think there are like benefits to it, but I feel like he's the only one really showing off some of these practices. And it makes it kind of interesting to see like how he's making the rest of the team kind of like follow suit, right?
Yeah, kind of showing their personality throughout the way they get prepped and prepared. And some players do this, maybe not in the open or right before a match, before they sit down. But it's cool to see that energy and cool to see them have that kind of personality. But again, these are going to be killers. You know, we talk about Tokido, how he's been able to assess, you know, all those things that people think are kind of funny are necessary for him to get into the mood of murder. You know, that's the man's a murder face for a reason. So yeah, he might be able to stretch that out, but like it's on purpose to make sure everything is primed and proper for him to compete and whatever it takes at this point to take that W. So I like the Tormeshi also following suit. And look at the fans, man. Those stands are filled out. Like I said, Minardi, Louis Man, and Kaba are out there, I believe, practicing and prepping. And just, it's cool to see that spread. And that shows love to people that maybe don't know anything about Street Fighter or fighting games to get them in as well. But it looks like we're about to start real soon here. Good 8 Squad, Yogibo Reject is our grand finals that we have today. I can't wait to see that play, because today we will crown a champion to move on.
God, Aru's voice when it comes to the intro, it still is so electrifying. This guy, hearing his voice like echo through the halls, insane. So now that we got our intros and all of our the rest of our details already kind of like explained now, let's get into the full intros of the teams, right? We got Good 8 Squad stepping up to the plate, starting things off with Shimane Monk. We got YHC Mochi with that prestige Dalcy. He has been one of the cats to really set the tone with this character in every iteration. I do mean this, every iteration of Street Fighter. He has been the Dalsim icon for a lot of the players that have been in the know for Street Fighter. Seeing him walk down is so surreal, by the way. We don't necessarily get to see him in a very big like CPT standing. So seeing him being able to walk down the aisle and perform at his utmost capacity in this kind of like stage and arena it comes full circle, I feel like, for someone who's worked that hard for so long. And speaking of, one of the hardest workers, in my opinion, the Cosmic Buster, that is Hugera. He has traveled all over the world for so long, even before Senkola and myself even got into the scene. Like, I was back in 2000, I want to say like 5. Hugera has already been here, bro. He's already been in the dominating force that he has been right now. Like, he is thoroughly a fighting game veteran. You're about to see exactly why today. Not only does he have the chops to pick up any character he wants to, but he knows how to analyze a lot of the more broken stuff, a lot of the more like higher tier stuff, and take it as his own to full advantage, whatever need be. I think he's one of the few that can excel with identifying the meta and taking it all the way against the rest of the competition. Now, this man truly is the singularity, no matter how you spin it, no matter what the definition may be. This is Kawano, who has had such a stellar growth since his inception into Street Fighter V under the tutelage of many players, especially Daigo the Beast Umehara. He was part of Umehara Gold at the very, very beginning of Street Fighter V and has evolved into one of the biggest threats the world has ever known in the world of Street Fighter VI. And I am thoroughly impressed with his overall work ethic and also his taste in restaurants, man. This guy's a big yakiniku fan. He knows how to drink as well. He knows how to have a good time. I love seeing his personality shine little by little. But more importantly, I love seeing his gameplay evolve. Last but not least, the Captain, El Capitan, the honest, and I put emphasis on the honest hero, Gachi-kun. He has been driven. He has been Capcom Cup champion. He has been consistent in so many variations of Street Fighter League, and he has been a loyalist to not only Rashid, but his family as well, man. This guy is truly the family man that we all love and appreciate. But not only that, I think his work ethic is damn near top tier. Like, just listening and watching his progress over on his streams, you already know that what you watch is what you're getting from Gachi-kun, and what you can expect from him will always be top tier, always going to be like top level competition.
That's a great squad. This squad did not make the results they wanted previous season. They did not get to the second part of that season, but now here, throughout the grand finals, amazing. They stand ready to face their opponents. Yogibo reject. As you mentioned, very dominant outside the league, inside the league. Man, just chills. But now, it's time for Yogibo reject again. New name, but not by combat in the very least. And even though Lashar is a new addition out here, he's playing like he has been here since the beginning, since the lights were turned on. You have absolute demons in this team and a very secret weapon as well with that Cammy. We'll see how this occurs and what it goes down to, what it breaks down to with these players. Yogibo reject. Start off, Korea golden figure himself, Lashar, heading from Korea, swinging all the way over to the land of Japan to be one of the most dominant players in Street Fighter VI. I've talked to so many players and they're like, I don't want to face this guy because he is just too clean and pristine. He's mechanical, but he knows how to break down every opponent with that edge and still sticking with that character, showcasing what that character can really do. As people put him to the side, he has found strengths and has found massive success, ending out the playoffs, at least for his team, and defeating Shuto from Seoul and solidifying their spot right here. What a thing to say that this dude came from Korea to live here in Japan, learn the language as well, and be a standout part of not only his team, but Street Fighter League Japan in his very first season. But we cannot, of course, forget about the High Priest himself, praying the skies in the hands of the man, Tora Meshi, with that secret weapon Sim. Now, it's kind of wild to say that Sim could be a secret weapon, but it might be a good counter pick, or it is actually a good counter pick against Ed, as we have seen throughout the league, and some other characters too as well. How flighty he is, he's hard to pin down, hard to catch his backdashes, he has a lot of tech to connect. This guy is a Sim master through and through, different style you see from Waximochi, but definitely a very good addition to this team, not only by character, but by player as well. Just definitely happy to see him evolve that character that many people don't play as much and showcase that Sim does have quite a few strengths, especially when you get like hyper focus on like a home side and be once again a counter pick to many characters that people don't expect. After that, we're gonna be having the lightning fast speed star himself, quick-witted is Akira on the Cammy. And this man used to be hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. You didn't know which Akira you would get on the day. But these days, he's always on. He's on fire, I feel, with that cameo. Look, he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's very much about the fans. Slap fans, I love that. But this guy, despite that friendly smile, will just take you apart with the dive kicks from the aerial approach, and he will never let off the gas. Once he gets in, he'll stay in with the cameo. And he is definitely a showman through and through. Look at that. I don't think I've seen a person slap the hands as much, hit the high fives as much as him. He just loves being here and loves playing the game. Very emotional, but for a good reason though. He's still doing it. I love it. Yo, he's just a homie. Look at that. I'm gonna make sure to get everybody. Left side, right side too as well. Last but definitely not least, the FGC scout. But you know what? The FGC genius himself, Tokido, the absolute god of fighting games, in my opinion. This guy has found his way with that Ken play and has been able to dissect people like the doctor that he is, the dissector, as he takes away your drive gauge, your health, your options that you can do, and just eliminates you on that player-to-player basis. Now, that's a fighting game thing overall, but his player-to-player aspect is just his highest point, in my opinion, and it works out so well in this game for him to be a more consistent player. After the start that he didn't have, with him burning out so often, he has made that to not be a thing for him at all. He has changed his game plan, has found success with Ken, quote-unquote, the weakest Shoto. I don't know about that. I don't think he's really the weakest Shoto. He's still playing him, he's not the weakest Shoto. But it's really about the pilot out here, and this pilot is ridiculous with the Ken. Qualified for that CPT finale. This Yogibo Recheck team is insane in terms of talent, characters, and it's going to provide a very good match against Good 8 Squad.
God, I still get chills just like watching these guys on the big stage, and I'm sure they do too, but seeing also like Tokido walk down, also be like the stern-faced murder face that he usually is, it's so cool, man. Like I would think about Legacy more often than not in regards to like how things change in the realm of Street Fighter anytime like a new one shows up, or like a balance patch happens, or like a new, I want to say like an expansion of Street Fighter comes out. I always think about like who would stick through it and still be successful. When it comes to like consistency, Tokido he has to be named as like #1, right? He always finds a way to make it past the competition and cement himself as one of the best. But this is going to be his biggest challenge yet, right? With his team, they are on the home side. They face off against the current roster and placement of Kawano, Gachiku, and Pugera. Now, we've had our predictions going into it with Hameko's choice. Some of it actually came true. Gachiku, 1, not being on the anchor spot. 2, Pugera possibly switching characters. This is a pretty significant deal, especially being targeted by the home team.
Wow, DJ of all things. Thought maybe the jury might come out to play. I don't think I've seen DJ from him in a long time, at least in this big sort of fashion. But he did play that character previously. Is it up to snuff for the finals? We'll have to see. That's a switch up. But in terms of who goes up, I guess that denies the Cammy approach, does it not? I feel like for a lot of Cammy players, they decided that matchup to be not super fun in the last season. This season, we don't see that much DJ, but still a very powerful character. I feel like on paper, they're really only the big...
be like the big highlight for all of us here, watching what Pugera does with DJ, but we obviously have to go through the first couple of rounds, right? Kawano with Akuma, I think is such a strong way to start. I can't imagine who you would send up first. I don't want Lashar to be the starter. I think it'd have to be Tokido.
I agree with that, but I want Tokido at the very end, though, I feel. If someone's going to have DJ practice, either Lashar or Tokido in terms of, like, traveling overall, it's going to be Tokido, though. So maybe Lashar goes at the very end, even though that matchup's not that fun for Ed. I think it's maybe even what's annoying on both sides. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But you're right. I think maybe Lashar going first is a little bit too much. Send out Tokido. I feel like he's always warm at all points. First or 2 for him has been a big thing. And against Kawano, they both wanted to play against each other when we saw Hameko's choice. Or that was a choice that I feel like they were sitting out, or to point out, I mean. But Kawano does have some good practice against the Ken pick. We saw how he did against Nauman. The first game was to Nauman, but the other 2 after that were clean by the side of Kawano. Now, the matchup got a little bit different. Fireballs are easy to counter. You can run DP those a bit easier. But the neutral remains in favor of Akuma, in my opinion. We're getting the interview here from Kawano, getting some words. I'm curious to see what his words are to Tokido. He's curious about the matchup. I hear some cheers, so it looks like it was a little bit on the short side.
He was definitely sounding confused.
Yeah,
I will admit. Kawano was just like, I guess I'll do my best. Oh, so we do have a bit of a translation now coming in from the side of Kawano. He was a little bit confused. He was like, yeah, I did what I have to do, and now I'm here, and I'll take him down.
What else can you do? You know, again, I think the positioning, they probably didn't expect Tokido to come early. Maybe they expected him to come at the end to fight the DJ pick from Kugera. Tokido says it's the important first game of this grand finals, and he's definitely right. You want to have the tone set with that aggression. You want to have that tone set with some points on the pin. Feel like you're on the back foot, even though it's a few points, because those things add up. You want to have that mental weight off you as much as possible. Every point matters out here at the grand finale. You don't want to have to give up games or send out things or test picks. We saw how bad that was with Kawano, and that wasn't really just him giving up games. It was him making a desperate pick in Street Fighter V with that Vega pick. But now he's found a character, so I don't think it'll happen as much. But again, every match matters, every point matters. So this is going to be the tone setter, I do believe.
I'm trying to look at the overall record that Tokido has against Akumas in general. He has a 100% win record, 2 wins, 2 games. I know one of them was up against Jazzy, if I'm not mistaken, in the very, very first week. But I feel like a lot has changed since then. I don't think in regards to
kind of piece him up in the corner when you get there, as you do everybody as Ken, and you get that extension, like you get any sort of conversion into the corner, I should say, excuse me. I feel like Ken doesn't have the roughest time against Akuma. Ken's a very weird character. On paper, I feel like you see some matchups, you're like, maybe he doesn't do that well. But the fact that his win condition is so easy compared to other characters, get somebody in the corner with any interaction, it could happen. It could kick. It could also defeat someone like Kawano. But this is grand finals, people. I'm gonna let Aru do his thing.
God bless. Here we go. Game 1, baby. We got Good 8 Squad versus Yogibo Reject. Kawano versus Tokido. Starting things out with that light kick that you love to highlight over and over again. Kawano striking first. Now, one of the biggest things that I do love about his Akuma, right? He's like a protection dog, right? Once he bites down, he won't let go, right? He's got what it takes to compete with the fighters, right? To constantly put people under pressure. You get this punish counter, gets the drive rush forward, and then very important tech from the side of Tokido. One of the biggest things we're looking for is how Tokido finds his way towards mid-screen and also establishes his own offense.
Yeah,
forward exposure!
It's happening right here for the Akuma. Dash up throw, this is where Akuma can really cook. So many buttons you can work with. OD Fireball, you got a lot of drive gauge as well. Dash up throw, he techs on the third one. Can he find a size with the perfect parries there? Trying to keep pace with the fireballs. Back throw, no, the walk up throw from Kawano will seal the deal. And what patient fireball play you see from Kawano. No OD just spit just yet from Tokido to cut through.
Big explosion of damage in the corner carry is so important. Another important tech from the side of Tokido does get the big punish counter and possibly the carry as well from the enhanced Tatsu dash 2 times over. Knocking on the doors for a frame trap, but no fight up until Kawano backing up and finding that important hit again to set the tone. Fireballs right in front of Tokido. Tokido not really able to get perfect parries in a position to get a punish, but at least trying to nullify some of the fireballs with Tokido. His timing is all off.
Ooh. Continuous burst, it's level 2, level 1 fireballs, the heavy fireball, and look at how close he is. He's so confident to be that close. One bad jump and you can equalize it. But Tokido here has spent quite a bit of bar to do so. The trade still favoring Kawano as he has the lead, peppering down with the OD fireball, level 2 fireball. Look at this, my man's eating it for lunch, breakfast, and dinner. This man's a winner. Kawano, crouching medium kick, fireball, stand light kick, simple stuff, solid execution to keep Tokido out.
When you were highlighting some of the strats and some of the strikes that Ken does have, you could kind of flip it over and turn it towards Akuma and see the exact same stuff in regards to what the offense is looking like. You do have a little bit of layers behind it because Akuma actually does have access to cross-frame normals. We don't see that just yet. We haven't really seen it utilized because the fact of the matter is Kawano hasn't needed to do any of it just yet. The corner already being given to Kawano off of some of the stray hits he's collecting from Tokido's lack of defense.
Finally, a perfect parry. He's able to get in right after the drive rush jab. Got close enough to do so. So Chikawano able to fight out. Finds a heavy kick, not using it much. Sweep the double. Not even double dash up. Drive rush throw right after the dash. Tokido breaks the throw, but it seems like Tokido doesn't want to spend any bar for the OD fireball, or at least rarely. He'd rather spin that for like a drive rush jab after a perfect parry, just like so.
Oh, what a stop too. Majority of the time he's thrown out standing light kick, but he was absolutely ready for the counter punch. Crouching medium punch, completely stuffing the drive rush attempt from Tokido. Looking at match point. If the adjustments need to be made, it has to be done now. Standing light kick as a punish counter, perfect parry. Not gonna go for the side switch, instead we're gonna go for meter and the carry. I like this. Tokido, very ambiguous, and what attack, what defense from Kawano thus far.
Still the best. It's hard to read when he wants to go for these defensive tactics. Perfect parry, gets the punish right off, enhanced Tatsu once again. Picks up setup, deep the jump fears, harassing the drive gauge. Throw, but we're out of there. The dog kick able to hit. He tried to go for the ground spears, anti-air. He got blessed from above into the Symphony Net Calamity. This obviously won't kill, but it will put Kawano into the green for drive gauge and take quite a bit away from Tokido. That means less drive rush, means less perfect parry. Drive rush DP, the anti-air. The overhead the back throw instead.
Oh, this is gonna be a big rain out for other drive gauge, but this is gonna net also a ton of damage. Tokido, what do you do now to enforce the point? What do you do now to force either the burnout or the big mistakes from Kawano? Yes, sir, I like that. No matter how you slice it, that would have been Tokido's round. If the block had happened, he would have been in burnout, and he still would have been enough within range to force a big drive impact for the stun. I love the recovery from Tokido thus far.
Drive impact, not the correct chin ride. Good call out right there from Kawano. Pick up the proper one. Drive impact, he catches the brawl. Even better this season, that crouch kick into drive impact. Way more of a stable option for Akuma. Throw. A shimmy, the finesse and bless. Put this man to rest with the Imperium's in. Foul. Kawano, 2-0 on Tokido.
Damn. Only a single round was bestowed upon Tokido. We thought that would have been the beginning of something beautiful. But Kawano, you know what? He understands when disaster strikes against Tokido, you got to keep striking. You got to keep knocking him down, because that was flawless, in my opinion. In terms of the game plan against Tokido, what he thought he was going to do, he called it all correctly. Even tracking down the jump back a little bit earlier ago with a drive rush forward into the DP, knowing full well that Tokido wanted to adjust and readjust position-wise. Tokido would not let him go through with it. 10 points, well awarded from the side of good 8 squad Kawano. We talked about how important it is to set the pace. This guy's already bringing all the energy. Now it's up to Gachikun to keep defending the turf.
Wow. What a match. What a first match. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. Just stars in my face. I think at this point you sit out Akira. I don't think DJ and Akira are like friends. I feel like Cammy is not having a fun time having to fight that character because he can anti-air very effectively. So I'm assuming okay, that makes sense to me. But, you know, on paper is on paper. In the match, though, we've seen the slap wrap be able to be effective against Cammy. I've seen him practice against Cammy. He knows when people want to go for that crouching medium kick, he has that forward heavy kick to low crush from Rashid as an option to outpoke that character, or at least try to outpoke in that scenario. And I think he's going to be prepped to prepare. I saw him fighting with Mizula and a few other Cammy players on CFN. So we'll see if that can work out against the Speed Star, who has, again, been more hot than cold. In fact, like he's been hot the entire time without, you know, with only a few exceptions, I should say.
Yeah. It's really just a matter of like how Akira wants to play, right? I think one of the biggest outliers that I guess not outliers is not necessarily the word I want to use. Like, I think in terms of his overall playstyle and how he's been performing, I think ambiguity is the right word to kind of explain his approach. I think he's done a great job of turning bad situations into a 50-50 for a lot of the cast, a lot of the players out here. What I mean is, he's taken a lot of liberties with some of the ranges that he's exploiting with the dive kick and also with the OD dive kick as well. I think he's done a great job of enforcing a lot of fear despite Cammy being negative, because he's willing to throw out something pretty much insane, which is OD uppercut right after some of his negative frames where he's not at, where it's not his turn to press. So That alone at least tells me that, like, seeing him go this far, it tells me at least, you know, there are players out there that still really consider playing it by paper, playing it true to the numbers when it comes to understanding when it's their turn to press buttons and or not to, right? So Akira throws a lot of that logic out of the window. And I think that's one of his biggest strengths against players like Gachikun.
Yeah, you have the very standard player that's like about and by the numbers and by the book. And Akira, who just throws it out the window, but he does it because he understands the game. He's a big tech head. He understands how players want to play and certain players want to play. So I think that'll be a very big strength for him. Even if you do win the matchup on paper, are you effective against like the playstyle? Like playstyle is a big thing in Street Fighter 6. You could be effective in the matchup, but you meet a playstyle that's completely different. You might get cooked and washed. Now going to the interview, Gachikun says, Kawano started us off fantastic. I'll win to keep this going. And Akira says, I'm pretty nervous, but I will not be losing against Gachikun. I like that statement. So I will not be losing against Gachikun. We go back to what you were saying. I like the fact that he has that tendency to bust out when you don't expect it. And it probably frustrates a lot of these players. It's like, bro, it's not your turn. What are you doing? So you have to keep your head on your shoulders when that does happen and be like, okay, you got that. That's fine. You set back to neutral. It's okay. Maybe he'll drive rush stand fierce right after or whatever. But just take it, try to bait it out next time, and don't let it bother you or affect you. And plus, you're Rashid, you have level 2. You can put the same sort of pressure, well, I guess in a different way, when that Yasar comes out to play. You know, she's got ways around it with level 3, but for the most part, it's not a lot. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what the mix is on either side. Gachikun and Akira. Next match.
My God, the intensity is crazy, man. It's almost palpable. That's wild. Just seeing these players getting themselves ready. This is what the introduction usually looks like, right? We're starting to see who would make the first error. Gachikun obviously spacing himself out, and just like that, already showing off that ambiguity and that volatility. Again! OD uppercut Akira is wild right now.
He gets aggressive, gets the bar back, already back in the green after spinning so many ODs. Counter hit, OD side switch, I like this. Radiant Cyclone. Heavy kick, perhaps a medium punch with a punish counter. These fireballs every so often. Have to be careful sending out the fireballs. Easy dive kick for her. Staggers the crouching medium punch. Gets the punish counter. Sends him off with the super. One more touch. One more hit. Wake up, reversal light punch. Push back, yeah. Stagger, sand pierce. Gachikun brings it back by a precipice.
Just a bit of a pixel inside of Gachikun, going full one to Akira. If you wanted to try to get out of something, any sort of block string, any sort of frame trap specifically, you would have to expend that level 1. Obviously, he wasn't willing to do it. With the forward throw, anything he wants to at this point. Level 2, he jumped right into it. Akira in big trouble with the enhancement. Getting at the link, it's totally fine. The pressure is still there. Level 1 incoming. Doesn't even need it, I think. Yes, sir. The juggle afterwards. He wasn't even done with that combo. He could have done anything he wanted to afterwards. Gachikun making quick work of the Speed Star, claiming the title to his own.
You know what's really cool is I like that Gachikun did like dash up fireball, kind of switch it up. If you're standing in one spot, throwing out fireballs, you're gonna get dive kick jumped in on, and then you're gonna be feeling upset that the character can't anti-air right after or properly. So he did a dash up fireball, and sometimes he'll also do like drive rush fireball too to switch it up a little bit, especially on players that are a lot more active to catch them lacking. That's set up for the level 2 to come through. Sets us up for another fireball and the pickup right after. What a great read. A dive kick, you don't get the side switch unless you got the OD right after on that smile arrow. So you're spinning some of that bar, but it works out. Put him out in the corner.
Back throw. Throwing out the fireball just to check what Akira does to counter it or even approach it. Big punish counter, actually. That was actually pretty far away. That was a giant error. We do get the Cyclone, OD spinning mixer. We do get the Arabian Sky High with a one-framer mid-screen.
That's clean. Box it out. Box up the ODVP. He's like, I know what you about. I rumbled that jungle too, buddy. Blocking like a pack of Legos. This dude, Gachikun, set point. Not only is he a lab rat fighting the characters, also the players. He's been studying.
Oh, what a delay on the overhead, but smart decision to hold on to that parry from the side of Akira. Now, in terms of defense, I think he's been pretty wild thus far. We'll see if he can tone it down a little bit in some of the decisions he's made to press buttons in some of the strings that Gatsukun presented, but we need to see some of these big conversions off of the straight normals. Again, the big interruption. He tried to go in, good drive was cut short, and it was still short, no pun intended. With the forward throw, do it again, enhanced, maybe spinning mixer? No, he just lets him out scot-free. Good amount of damage either way though. Corner control, 2 throws worth of damage.
The snipe. Attackers are stand medium. The Fierce is there. Level 1. Rashid kick gets it. Almost does. One more touch. One more tap. One more hit. Let's see. The freeze will kill. We jump in. Same Fierce. Spin knuckle. Try to push him to the corner. The drive gauge. Walks under and just gets a jab. A dab will do. 2. Another 2-0. Another 10 points.
So much control from the side of Gatsukun, right? You saw that introduction. We talked about how stern and strong his defense is. Like, we always attribute him as having some of the cleanest defense in the game. When you see his mentality round after round after round, you see him kind of like give up some of that space to set the tone because he's looking for any big opening. He's looking for Akira to kind of be impatient with some of his reaches, right? Some of his pokes. That alone, I feel like, sets so much of the pace for Gatsukun. It's like, all right, well, I know exactly the ranges he wants to play at, and I'm going to go ahead and smother him as soon as I punish him for it. I think he has not let go of that idea afterwards, after that single knockdown, and that's really what set him apart towards his opponent. I think Akira had a lot of decisions to make on defense. I think starting things off with the back-to-back OD uppercuts, and also every so often the OD, the jump and then OD dive kick. I think those decisions have kind of weakened his overall defense, right? Like, after he got hungry with his drive gauge, he had to resort to just normal defense and relying on 4-frame normals and blocking, which he wasn't able to do successfully. So that was actually pressure implemented upon himself for his early aggression on defense.
Looks like to end out this first set of matches, they're going to be setting out Lashar to go up against Pugera. And you know, we talked about this a little bit ago. You know, the fireball play actually might be a hindrance against Ed. We don't get to see this matchup too often, but whenever I get to view it, you mentioned the knee shot being important. It's hard for Ed to consistently anti-air that. The fireball play also makes it kind of hard to run your flicker gameplay. You try to throw out a flicker, he's got the OD fireball, you drive rushes in with the stand fierce right after, or maybe he's close enough to go for that strike throw, whatever it may be. So you're gonna really have to harass the drive gauge from Pugera. You're gonna have to clip away at that drive bar as much as possible. I'm curious to see if things do go bad, if he has to switch over to Bison. But this had to have been intentful for him, for them to draw out other certain players. And I'm assuming Pugera knew that Lashar was going to come up, because ain't no way Akira was going to come up, or a different player, and he was prepared for any of those other 3, possibly. Or I guess 2, because you wouldn't send up Sim. You would not send up Sim against DJ. So we're going to get the interview here from Pugera and get some words from him, possibly why he probably played DJ, and here's Lashar as well, his interview.
たいですね。はい、頑張ります。頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。
Let's go, man. My man is sharp in English. He is sharp in Japanese. This guy really be sunning everybody out here in the world. Like, this guy actually is like, the ideal. Lashar is so cool, genuinely. But talking about the gameplay as well, I think he has been one of the big innovators for Ed, alongside of the rest of the world. I feel like him, like Ending Walker, Momochi, you name it. I think overall now, he has set himself ahead of the pack, just seeing him here on the stage. I'm kind of curious to see what the matchup is going to be like, what the tone's going to be like for Pugera. As you can see, Gatsukun kind of like prepping him before the match. I think DJ does have a pretty significantly good time dealing with like the fireball game and setting the pace off of that. Defensively, I do get a little bit nervous outside of drive gauge expenditure. I think Ed having DJ in burnout is such a big deal. Hell, And having anybody in burnout is such a significant factor, especially with like the flicker pressure that Lashar can continuously enforce, and he's already done so and proven that he can do it pretty damn well against the entirety of Japan. So my biggest issue is two things. Will Pugera be able to stave himself away from being burnt out early by Lashar? And two, will Lashar fall susceptible towards the pacing that Pugera presents with both the fireball game, sway forward? I think sway forward also is low-key kind of tricky if you read a flicker, because it does have that projectile invincibility on his upper body. So we'll see. I think there's a lot that's going to be considered, but those are the two main factors that I'm going to be looking forward to for this set.
In addition to those, I want to see the drive rush pressure that's presented, and if Pugera can earn his way in. I know that sounds kind of wild with DJ, him having the fastest drive rush in the business, but watching Lashar acclimate to how Ed is now and how he's been able to, at certain ranges, to certain buttons, to check drive rush, crouching light kick maybe a little bit closer, stand jab a little bit further, doesn't convert until he feels like he's ready to convert into something significant, even using stand medium kick sometimes as well. I'm curious to see if Pugera is going to be able to be allowed to get in that fashion, or if Lashar is going to be able to check and challenge the drive rush so continuously that it doesn't happen. Obviously, fireball is going to be a part of that, the fake out too as well, put some mental stack on, an aerial approach as well. But Lashar also positions himself where it's hard to actually jump in on Lashar. Like, he's usually backing away, he'll walk underneath predictively, and also, I guess obviously reactively at the same time. So I don't think it'll be so easy to hit that knee shot so continuously unless you're dead close and you've already earned the right to get in that close. So I think you're right in terms of like the drive gauge management. Also, I want to see how good Pugera is with that. Like, yes, the character got more meter management combos that are less meter used, and some meter less combos used as well that you can go for, and maybe spin level 1 instead of like spinning more drive gauge. But in terms of like his damage output's lessened a little bit, so your routing's a little bit different. What you're going for might be a little bit different too as well. When you spin OD Fireball at this high level, you can get burnt out quicker than you might think. Fudo is one of the best at doing so, but we'll see if Pugera has that same sort of sauce. Pugera, Lashar, ending our first set of matches.
見ていきましょう。1巡目大将戦プゲの DJ 対するはレシャーの行ってみましょう。
Get it on, the anchor match between the two. Pugera representing good 8 squad, Lashar with Yogibo reject. Oh, he walked out a mile and Lashar still tried to reach. Oh, the confirm from down below.
That's the drive rush up, strike throw. We go for the crouching medium punch. Lashar blocks it out. Puts it up in the corner. It punishes the crouch fears. That shimmy tool getting dealt with, and the kidney killer with the back throw. Caught the sway play. You really thought.
Oh, the uppercut. Now the burnout has happened. Not too much life. Actually, this is pretty important. Oh, I was going to say Pugera, he might be able to set the tone with the fireballs from full 3/4 of the screen perhaps, but he wanted it. I guess he wanted to really enforce a closer match against Lashar instead of trying to chip away.
We thought Lashar would be afraid of that level 2 possibly, but I don't think he's going to expend that like that. Either way, where do we go? Double dash up, by reversal, on the wake up, the fake up of the fireballs. That same sort of style. Gets the target combo. That's it. Kill rush in, sway play, punish counter. Tries to go for the throw, ODDP, lets it rip. Oh.
Both are swinging with their haymakers. It's crazy. A lot of fierce is being represented from the side of Pugera. Lashar backing away, finding his opportunity to get the corner switch. I like that too, from the OD flicker. That is a great way to utilize that meter to force the opponent to come to you. Perfect parry.
Take that setup to kill the drive gauge. Knocking over those jabs. He breaks the throw. He backs up, avoids the flicker. Sway, but no counter. That's a counter, but too far for the crouching immediate punch. This man sends out the super. String him up. It's not enough. It's not enough. ODDP. What else can you do? Man.
We got to dial it in. We got the keyboard and everything.
Distance, it felt like. How prepared he is at every point in the map. is speaking to the quality of a player that he is. That fake out fireball, trying to a little bit of that mental stack, but the flip parry is there. Lashar gets a fat jump and a punish counter. It's like a blitz with a knockdown. He's in with the Oki. Maybe stand medium, punch caught a pressing button, but he shouldn't. Delays the stand fierce. Getting into him.
A big damage combo, but it does allow Pugera to one, get some drive gates to him, and at least push back Lashar for a favorable position. Drivers forward, doesn't take the throw. Doesn't really need to. He can take a couple of more if need be, but too much would be a little bit problematic.
Get up for the damage, get it over the jabs. Backs off, rushes right back in. But the trade lets him win. Lashar stay patient and proper up in the corner. It's around.
Again, ripping that card from medium punch, whether to goad Lashar on into pressing a button, I don't think he even had like enough resources to even manage that trade. Just the idea of trying to trade a frame trap is so difficult without the life behind it. Level 3 currently sitting from the side of Lashar. A single hit will do it. He just happens to catch it. That Sobot was a little bit too close. Light punish into the full string up. Level 3. Again, we gotta resort to Google, man. We got the keyboard on the screen. How do I beat Ed? Pugera? Do I switch characters? Send help.
What tier is Ed right now, currently? That's what he needs to be Googling. I mean, honestly, though, Lashar is just too pristine. That guy was ready for a punish, way in the proper distance. I feel like he's almost like, I don't want to say he's like taunting him. He's just inviting these mistakes to happen. Pugera, even more so on the back foot, even though we saw him have the positioning to trap Lashar up in the corner, it did not matter. Like, Lashar looked like he was like, hey man, I'll take that crouching medium punch combo, that's cool. Go back to neutral and I'll take that trade right after. The interruption against the forward medium kick was gosh dang amazing. Just the way that Lashar plays, he's ready for everything. He has the proper buttons ready for whatever needs to come next. Just the way he plays Ed it makes me think the character is still insane and the character is still good. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what Ed players say. I don't care what any of y'all say. If he's playing like that, this character can still cook. Ed's still fine. All right. Just putting that out there. Sorry. Anyway, Lashar's good.
Lashar is more than good, brother. He is elite. This guy is cooking up so much specific tech with Ed towards whatever target he lands on, right? Him cooking up stuff against Pugera the way he wants to play, already nullified twice over. You even have the replays coming in from the side of Tokido and the camp to dissect what went right and what went wrong to ensure the safety of these points, right? Lashar is going nowhere right now. He's got 2 games to his name. It really is right now up to Pugera to decide whether or not he wants to stick it out with DJ, 1, and then 2, what to do against the wall of Lashar, because he is looking like an immovable force.
It's one of those moments where I feel like, and this is beyond even the character, like you are just getting cooked up by Lashar. He's feeling way too confident in the neutral, confident playing out these buttons. Your buttons are getting checked and challenged continuously. There's a little lag time on that forward medium kick. It's like 20 frames plus startup, I think, on that. But regardless, for Lashar to be so prepped and prepared against those buttons, the drive rushes and things like that, to take trades when need be, and to get a perfect at the very end, this is beyond. It's like you need to correct things on what you're doing for your game plan and how you're fighting Lashar. Then the character can come right after. I think he's going back in with the DJ. It might seem, hold on now. No, he selected DJ. It's in the DJ. So he's ready to die. The DJ play for the possible final game. Well, Lashar's playing, it might be.
Round 1. Fight.
Hopefully we can get a change of pace, right? Good 8 squad. They started off with a 20-baller thus far. We might find ourselves in a position to get into a tiebreaker scenario for the extra 5, perhaps. I don't know if that's going to be like in play. It's either that or we just accumulate the points, 20-20, and then move on to the next set. But we'll find out in just a bit. Lashar, again, already going to work. He's putting Pugera in the corner, nearly below 50%. His drive gauge is healthy. He's got 1 bar. Everything looking great for Lashar.
Driver's throw. And once again, the backdash. Great clutch to avoid the throw. Still needs to find a way out, though. For a punish counter, we'd like to get a side switch conversion with the OD. OD fireball, off the forward medium kick for the plus frames. Lashar holding parry to keep his bar up as much as possible. Pull him close for the strike, no throw though. Come here. Gonna go with the jabs, delay. Still blocks out the crouch pierce. Lashar still confident right now. You can see it. Perfect parry every single fireball, it feels. Knocking those away with confidence. Sarah cannot find a way in. The walk up crouching light kick. Holding fireball, holds parry against it. Perfect parry again.
Man, Lashar is swinging for the fences. Bugera is just so reluctant to even try to snipe those out, and the forward throw down to 16 seconds, and still back into the spot where Bugera was ever so dominant, that is in the corner. Bugera has not found a solid answer thus far. He held on for quite a bit. I will give him that. But it didn't lead to the W he was asking for. Bugera again, Lashar again, trying to drive on in there, creating that pressure, creating those tense moments within the mid-range space. Into goading Bugera into pressing the wrong buttons, perhaps. Counter hit. Back to back throws. Give me a third. This is where you press the buttons now.
For you. Alright, but able to get the punching, medium punch in between the string. Top of the elbow move to the level 3. Immediately has to get some bar back. ASAP. Level 2 might have been good to get the side switch, but he wants the damage. He wants as much bar back as possible. Lashar still looking really good. On the drive rush, gets back though with a kidney killer. And we're touching level 3, goes to level 2. Either drive reversal, you had to do it, but now you're in burnout. Whip punish, and Lashar finds success to put Bugera to rest, 3-0. Wow.
I cannot imagine what that input could have been from Bugera throwing out the forward medium kick. I have no business trying to even call or assume what the idea was behind Bugera's forward medium kick. That sunrise heel was from out of left field, genuinely.
This guy, Lashar, though, has been sniping at the proper distance after a drive rush, finding the proper hit after like a crouching medium kick, stand medium kick, whatever it may be, right at the tip of the drive rush. He's mastered this character. You saw it right there. Even the secret pick of the DJ did nothing to Lashar. However, it is tied up 20-20. So I do have to note there that Good 8 Squad had a good start, but it was all stopped by the Golden Finger himself.
We're not going to necessarily get the tiebreaker. I don't think that's going to be in play. I don't think we even had that over in playoffs. So this is what it's going to come down to. It is a tie ball game between the two. And I got to say, man, this is a lot of information to digest because of the fact that Yogibo Reject is now going to be switching over to the away side, right? Lashar, albeit having 3 solid games straight against Bugera, what do you do now for Good 8 Squad to counter that, right? I think Kawano and Gotchikun already did a good job of taking care of half of the roster. Now they're in fear of the other half, which is Lashar and potentially Torimeshi, but after all we've seen throughout the season, I don't think Torimeshi would be involved, at least on the away side of things. If anything, we'll see Dawson way more in Street Fighter Duel than we will see in today's playoffs in Grand Finals. That is for certain. And what's cool about that is you get so many different aesthetics from the side of Dawson. He's got so many different outfits and moves, actually, that they've given him in Street Fighter Duel. It's been a really, really grand time. I actually started picking it up again little by little. I've left off from so far back, but it's been cool kind of just like going through my dailies, kind of clearing the story out, and also getting all the free like gems that you get for unlocking all the goodies. And speaking of goodies, we have so much stuff coming out from these collaborations that Sincola had mentioned prior. I'm low-key trying to get these socks. I want the black ankle socks, but if they're like high-end 2 socks, I'm super down for that, right? With some of the stitching involved, like listen, I love myself some high-quality stitching. If I can get the different variations of the Street Fighter logo, color me happy, bro. I would be down to rock that any day of the week with a nice pair of Chucks, or even some Nikes for that. But all of that said and established, I gotta say, man, it's been a really, really fun time to see all this cool stuff, because even if I don't wear it, I can take it back and give it to my parents. My parents definitely rock so much of my like extra gear that I get from like all the Street Fighter stuff that we've collected over the years.
Or even like the hoodie right here, because that one looks really good too as well. With the food, I mean, all these collabs have been super sick, bro. Every time they show a food thing, I want to try it. It's got to have like a different flavor, I'm sure, per character. I'm not sure. What I'm sure is that we are seeing, again, that combination with Street Fighter in the outside world. And it's just great to see more collabs come through and support the scene, support Street Fighter. As you said in the chat right there, this classic hoodie is godlike. Man, just kept selecting on the back. I'd like to see that. Can we get one of those? Can you save one of those production, please?
What is this graphic in the middle? Is that a mouse pad? If that's a mouse pad, I'm a big sucker for like all of the old school graphics. Like you get what, Ryu and Honda throwing barrels at each other? You had Akuma on the right. Is this my man, Sajam? Hold up. Hold up. This is a very, very special occasion, by the way. We have the Reject Fight Night group going up against the Sajam Slam crew for the International Championships of Sajam Slam happening right after Capcom Cup, by the way. It's going to be happening the week after Capcom Cup live in Japan with the top two teams from both camps facing off against each other. You don't want to miss it. Really exciting times. We've already done. Let's get into the next one right after this. When we come back, we got more of that Street Fighter League Japan action coming right at you.
夢と現実が一つになる。モンスターハンターブリッジ。
of matches. This is the final bout between Good 8 Squad and Yogibo Reject. We are tied at 20-20. So this is going to be a really, really tough one to call. My name is Vicious here with St. Cola to kind of figure out what's going to come up next, right? Yogibo Reject is now going to be faced with a pretty significant problem, being on the away side and susceptible to the counter picks. However, Good 8 Squad, with as strong as they were out the gate, fell apart at the very, very end, but not without any good reason. I feel like Pugera really trying to flexercise that DJ was a good attempt early on. I think going forward, however, he might be a little bit more of a threat now that that data is collected and he has numerous characters under his belt, including both Bison and Jury. With that in mind, Senkola, how are you feeling now that Yogibo Reject is going to be on the back foot?
Let me see the order first. Feel really good, actually. Okay, as long as they didn't set up no sim, they're doing great. All right, you got the cam, you got the Ken, you got the end at the very end. Now, that being said, there could be the counterplay, the secret weapon sim from the other side of things from Good 8 Squad to fight Lashar. On the reverse of that, though, I saw Lashar fighting some sim, being able to whip punish buttons with like crouching light kick and having a game plan for that. So I'm sure he's ready and prepared, Wachimochi, to step up to the bat for the anchor position. But I think this order overall is pretty good. Like, you're going to have to put up Ed eventually. And if Lashar is that good in the anchor position, it's going to be hard to keep him away, even if there is a counter pick. You feel me?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much in line with what I was thinking of as well. I think this is the exact order, not exact order per se, but this is the exact roster that they would want anyway. I think being susceptible with a Dawson pick is only going to cause you to lose points in more cases than not. It's not to say that, it's not to take away from Tori Meshi and say he's not capable, but let's face the facts. I feel like Dawson would considerably struggle with who is on the roster of Good 8 Squad. And that's not to take away light from Tori Meshi. I'm sure he could take down each one of these guys individually, but in terms of risk reward factor, I would want to keep it consistent with the current roster that we have right now. So they've thought about that from playoff day 2, right? Akira, Tokido, and Lashar. So it's gonna be Pugera starting things off first with DJ against the candidate pick. Now, this is also a secondary pick that some of the commentators have talked about during Hameko's choice, and it's also something that you chimed in on. Now, I know you've been playing DJ, or at least have maybe transitioned over to Akuma. I'm not too sure exactly, but I know that you've had a firm understanding of like DJs. What is it about like this pick that Good 8 Squad was like, you know what, I'm comfortable enough and confident enough in Pugera to face off against the Kami matchup specifically?
There are two things I feel like that are really good for DJ. He can anti-air effectively with that heavy kick. He can do so with the DP that reaches so high in the sky now. They've made it a lot better than what it used to be, or at least in the Season 2 nerfs. They kind of reverted some of those so it makes sure it hits high enough, so it's a good anti-air. It's not a good button again, or not a good like a reversal button. And also it feels like if they do a bad dive kick, you can sweep that from the proper distance if you're prepped and prepared. I feel like it's really good against like characters that try to dive kick in the wrong sort of way. You have many ways to punish that with like reaching buttons like stand fierce and things like that. Also, you can throw out fireballs a little bit easier because you can fake things out. You have to fake out to put some of that mental stack on. You can throw out the other sorts of fireballs a little bit easier because of that. For other characters, you kind of just throw out fireballs the similar pacing at least, but she has to be worried about you faking that out and then you block it out or neutral jump, whatever it may be. So I think DJ is a very good pick against Kami.
Yeah, I always forget about like actually doing the sweep, like the roundhouse sweep, and how like the startup is pretty. You just call him out. He's like, pay attention to me, man. That was pretty funny. What was I saying? I think, you know, like the long startup with the sweep of the actual like crouching roundhouse from DJ is a pretty significant tool to face off against like a dive kick character too. So there are plenty of tools to combat against Kami's air approach, which I like that you highlighted that. The overall damage output could be a little bit problematic for someone like Akira, who has been very antsy on defense, right? We've seen him opt to go for drive gauge expenditure. He's done OD uppercut a few times. He's actually done wake up jump dive kick, OD dive kick at that as well. So I think Pugera, with the damage output that DJ does have, is looking forward to punishing fat against those types of tactics. So I could see why when Good 8 Squad decided to put Pugera up, it's not just like something DJ could possibly get over Kami with an advantage, but also I think player-wise, I think Bugera has enough patience and enough like observational skills to sniff out when Akira would do something crazy.
You're right. The reward is a really big thing. You know, they tone down the damage a little bit, but it's still DJ. It's still dump it out compared to other characters. It's still very high. Speaking about the matchup, Akira says, I don't like this matchup. I had this matchup in my mind, and I made ready for this game, but Bugera's DJ is really strong. I'll do my best to get another win. Bugera says, I lost badly the first game, but I have my moves fixed. I'll win against Akira. And I think it's one of those things where him saying he got his moves fixed is like, okay, now I understand how to play DJ at this high level. I got warmed up. I'm ready. And he's not fighting like someone like Lashar. You're fighting a different sort of character. As you mentioned, the mistakes are going to be even more magnified. If DJ blocks out an ODDP, it's going to be the end of you. And also, on top of all that, DJ kills a lot of drive gauge. His fireball pressure, you can do it with the OD. Fireballs up in the corner, so you have to be even better about your meter management as the opponent on the reverse of things. So Akira has to be careful about spinning that ODDP because it's like, okay, I spin a few bars here. And worry about the future.
盟友2人の対決、果たして何が起きるのか。ブゲラ DJ に対してアキラは何を見せる。これが2巡目先鋒戦、アキラキャミ対するはブゲラ DJ。 いってみましょう。
I love it. Here we go. Game number 1 in the reset. The side switch between the two teams. Yogibo reject now on the base side. Akira being subject to possibly counterpick. Bugera, can he make the big adjustments from how he played in the other spot? We'll find out.
Sway play coming through, killing that drive gauge. Same with Akira trying to initiate with the drive rush fierce. Garrison with the medium, in sync with the jackknife, double dashes up. Almost got him with the crouch fierce. Nice interruption, gets the counter it. The Oki.
Ooh! Love the Sobot! Happy little accident to get the forward throw as well. And you see that already, Bugera taking it over. A lot of damage incoming. Level 1. So I think you noticed Bugera had done a drive rush to go into Sway, to go Akira into possibly doing something very, very dangerous. And Akira was 2 steps ahead, right? He hasn't done anything super wild thus far to throw Bugera off. I'm loving this.
Now, he knows how punishing that crouch miss can be. Upper distance to get that dive kick against it. Drive rush jab, starts it off. Strike throw. Interruption with the medium. He thought a throw was coming through to counteract that. Bugera went for the medium. Steps and steps ahead right now in this match. Level 3, get your bar back. Put him on the back foot. Picked up and get damage here. Built the red assault. One more touch.
Nice and easy. Akira with a huge sigh of relief and immediately coming forward is Pepito with the iPad and the notes. I gotta say, man, Bugera has not really shown off the type of play style that we're expecting from him in terms of like how smothering he can be and how much of a threat he can be also with like the neutral game. Thus far, we're seeing only a fraction of Bugera's full power, respectively.
Akira doing the smothering right now. They try rush jabs, find the proper entry points. I think there's not been like that fireball game established where you're fearful of that and the neutral kind of disrupts the rhythm that Cammy wants to do. And the dive kicks too. They've been flying kind of free right now. Crouch fierce, resets the pressure with the driver, didn't have the proper conversion. The distance was a little too far. But Akira's right back in. One more round to get the win and get a 2-0 finish once again. This time we switch it up for Yogibo.
That was huge. It was a punish counter against the attempted flash parry from the side of Akira. Now Bugera does have a slight life lead, but when it comes to keeping it, I don't know if he'll be able to sustain. Dude, Akira's still pressing a button. You know, this is wild. Bugera has been really looking forward to big punishes against Akira and some of his rash decision making from what we saw in the previous game, but Akira is not giving him any quarter. I think like his decisions to press buttons, like crouch jab, dude, stealing turns. Come on, bro. We were just talking about how sturdy you've been playing. The big jump.
Whoa.
You
Not a drop.
You had the opportunity to go into level 3 and you dropped it. There was the parry. I'd imagine he missed time. Obviously, he missed time. The drive was canceled. That is so critical against Akira. Jeez, what a time to drop. Also, the big recovery. We'll spend it now.
Oh yeah, get that bar back and then some. This is gonna be big because, you know, DJ with level 3 in the last round would be great, but no bar to his name up in the corner. Your only reversal is that DP. Walk up back throw though. Switches positions. Driver's crouch pierce, trying to find a home. Drive impact, not clipping a limb. Drive rush jab. He's in for the strike though. This time he goes for the strike. Oh, the whip push. He falls the soap at the very tip. Okay, charge up. Ooh.
And then the swing gets interrupted. I'm telling you, man. I just said it. Really scary positioning for Bugero to even try to do either a Sobot or a swing. Akira knew it. Being able to interrupt correctly with a very long-reaching limb. And very active, too. Really great assessment from the side of Akira, both in terms of activity on offense and also what he chose to do on defense. His button choices, whether it was like regular jab or waking up with buttons, and him not going for something crazy like an OD uppercut, really threw Bugero off guard, I gotta say, man. And that crouching median towards the end, although it being, what, 8-frame startup and only having 3 active frames, my man, it felt like it was active forever to catch that swing. Really well placed from Akira.
Even before he came back from repositioning himself over this way, the crushing kick was able to hit. And Akira, again, the timing, the ODD piece was picture perfect. When it did come out, it came out when Bugero was so much on the back foot, so frustrated, that it made it worse for Bugero right after. And that level 3 expenditure, yeah, that landed Bugero the victory, but he had no bar to fight back with his name, and land that big boy damage. He didn't even get access to that big boy damage, and the DJ not really working out thus far. I feel like, if anything, Akira was the one that fixed his things with his character. And now we move on to this next match. Who do you send up?
Against Tokido's Ken, I like Kawano again. But it's Gachi-kun coming up next, so that's gotta... Okay, I'm thinking to myself... Okay, this is tough. Alright, so I would have thought Kawano, just based off of the 2 games straight that he's had against Tokido.
Yeah.
Gachi-kun stepping up to the plate also makes me think that they might put out YHC Mochi for the anchor match.
I feel like they have to. But it is wild to see Gachi-kun go up against Tokido. I feel like when it was so dominant, he has such a good game plan against the way that Tokido wants to play. He stopped the whole dissecting thing from happening. He was like, you're not gathering data on me. I'm gonna pelt you with fireballs. You won't get in for free at all. Like, you don't have to expend drive gauge, perfect parry, and even when you do so, you're wasting bar. Tokido says, so it's time for this. Let's do it. That's a pretty cool statement right there, as both of them go and get set up for the sticks. I'm surprised to see Gachi-kun go up, but I want to see how the defensive style works out against Tokido. Again, he wants to get in, see what you're about, and then cook you from there, right? Gachi-kun says, we don't need to talk. We don't need talking for this matchup. Let's just go. Dang, they are hungry to play. I like this.
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
I was looking it up. I think they said Yarimas or like Yarimaska, or one of the 2 variations perhaps, but I like how they went back and forth with each other, kind of like to say that. It's pretty funny. I think it's cool to see like the personalities kind of line up between the 2 and see like the competitiveness between the 2 as well. I think it's really, really neat. But this is a really great matchup to behold. I don't know what the overall standing right now between Tokido and Gachi-kun is, but I kind of don't mind Rashid facing off against Ken. I think he's got a lot of value on both offense and defense to kind of force some really critical errors. I mean, we talk about one of the main things when we talk about in terms of the meta is how often can a character survive like throw loops, how often can a character get away with like doing ODDPs and using their supers as a reversal to kind of throw the other person on edge. Both of those characters can easily do that, right? Throwing that out the way. But in terms of like potential value or like potential like damage value, I honestly think that Rashid might have just a tad bit more, just based off of the utility that he has from his level 2. I think
100%.
Enhanced Whirlwind 2 and the mix potential that he has can
この
lead to
対決
so much more damage, whereas Ken's feels a little bit linear. Albeit, even if it's linear, it's still very damaging and very hard to get out of, but there isn't as much to think of in regards to like a Rashid, right?
Also for defense, Rashid has the ability to TK wake up dive kick. You know, that's been something I've seen JB and the likes do against these these kids go for the throws continuously. So that is an option. You have to worry about on wake up now. Like, can be punished if it's blocked out. You got to be careful, but proper reads yield success.
I was thinking about it. I'm like, dude, I wish he had Eagle Spike in the air like that. But yeah, no, the Arabian Sky High is actually a pretty significant deal to get himself out of like throw loops, so potentially throw loops, right? Oh, no whiff punish on the Swede. We talked about how good Gatsuku's defense has been thus far in terms of sniping out some of the long-range limbs. But damn, dude, there is an objective, there is an agenda right now from Tokido, and it is deplete the drive gauge. Back throw catches Gatsuku.
A lot of room to breathe here. We went for Rashid. Playing the butts ever so often. Raiden Cycle doesn't commit. That's a stand like kick, but nothing big after it. Otatsu, at the very minimum. What Tokido's fine to harass with these buttons. The stop sign, stand fierce, fist to face, up in the corner space. Prevents Gatsuku from leaving not only in the east side, but also the west side. First round, Tokido.
Very, very lucky opportunity there for Tokido. Now Gatsuku returning the favor. Level 2 pretty early. Let's see what the defense is like. We do have the parry, the pretty significant tech, and you know what? Not too much damage incurred. Totally fine. But Gatsuku, this is the... Oh no! You saw the startup with the mixer. Get completely stuffed out. Somewhere Big Bird is flying.
Cool Captain 2. Jump here, this time we perfect parry. We punish right after. Oh, do you get the side switch? Cyclone.
I like that.
Rushing medium punch right after.
I love that sequencing too, to get that extra mileage off of the corner carry, but also set yourself up for a safe shot mix.
Throw. Throw the jabs. Walk up the right after. Timing's a little bit off right now. It's hard for Gatsuku to read as he gets another toss towards victory. Tokido again, he just set himself up for success. Jab, jab, a little bit, delay, and then dash a throw when you least expect. He's playing around you as a player more so than the character gives half the damn time.
Very well time to jump in. You get the knockdown as well, being able to get the rest of the spinning mixer combo. Medium crouching medium punch, leading into a gang of damage, spending the drive break for the extension. We get the spinning mixer yet again, but now we get the mix from the Cyclone. Back-to-back throws, do it again. Oh, the uppercut, you had to do it. Tokido was on his last limbs too. He couldn't take that throw, but Burnout might be a threat. The jump back, the defense, the activity from Tokido.
So tap puts him in burnout. Tokido's got more drive gauge to play with, but it's a one-touch scenario here. Gatsuku looking for the overhead to clip a crouching medium kick. Walks out the Jinrai. Turns back with the Arabian Cyclone, but the trade in favor of Gatsuku. Willing to take that any day of the week. Health in the bank for that one.
Yeah, Gatsuku is really tantalizing that medium range, right? He's been going back and forth between that crouching position to see if Tokido would fight just outside of the range, and he does so eventually. Exactly what Gatsuku was trying to get.
He ripped. That was punishable even more so this season. Big fall, put that throw right after. To space. Go for an OD fireball to activate. Maybe he'll just look for a level 3 sequence. Just depends on what he's looking for here. Overhead. Touching anything. Ah, whips us stand fierce. To the corner we go. Enhanced Tatsu. Avoiding that crouching mid kick shimmy. I like that from Tokido. Wait for him to come down. He does. Hits it with the crouching mid kick. We talked about that heat game. Dive kick. Triple Jinrai will let that fly. Damn.
Exact strategy, playing more so in favor of Tokido. Ready as ever. Make on his counter after the low medium kick, and it's so big because of the momentum that he gets. The damage also. It all just comes crumbling down, I feel like sometimes when you're stuck in this corner. It feels so hopeless, but that's good. We talked about him having good defense for a reason. Forcing Tokido to back off a little bit. This is what he needs to get started. Sky high,
Set
a
up for
couple
the
of
button right
lights.
after.
Yes, sir.
Right, ODDP. But that's better here for Tokido. Not too bad. I mean, he's way better in bar right now. And now you're in burnout. That DP took too much. The Jinrai right after. Put 2 in burnout. This is what Tokido wants. Level 1 with your name to bust out. So OD Fireball, Drive Rush Fierce. What are we going for here, Tokido? OD Fireball, wake up super, not hit. You're from that distance.
So that was one of the options I was just about to say. OD Fireball actually incurs death. That actually is going to be a big thing to take note. But yeah, Tokido opted to go for that instead of trying to go for like a Drive Rush fake or even like a Drive Rush button. That was going to be the only option that would kill you. Going for the OD Fireball with plenty of time to react to it, I actually can't believe he went for that option. Critical Art was on deck for a while from the side of Gachikun.
I didn't think I was going to actually reach at that distance. My mistake. OD Fireball will be fine. I was with Tokido. I was like, hey, man, at this distance, you're cool to throw it. But those hands are extended compared to other characters that throw out fireballs. And that range on level 3, all those things combined got him the victory. You're right. Damn, my bad. I would have been out with Tokido also.
I would imagine too, like mid-screen, I don't even think there's that much spacing between like Ken and Rashid as he lands either. So I'm very, very surprised and shocked that he went for the OD Fireball in that instance. But lesson learned, honestly, I think Tokido is still in such strong shape. Like before that situation had even shown up, you're talking about like the positioning that Tokido had. You're talking about the life lead and him having the momentum. I think outside of that slight error in decision making and that slight tunnel vision in terms of what meter was presented from the side of Gachikun, I think he has such a strong showing right now against Gachikun. This last game could be the exact push that Gachikun needs, man, to be honest with you. Otherwise, that would have been 2 games straight.
Would have been. Honestly, it's one of those things where he can confer with his team and say, or at least his team could say, hey man, you went for ODDP and you got close to burnout and then he burnt you out right after. Be careful of those things. Because Tokido's looking for that. That's been an option since Angry Bird and many other Ken players have used that to kind of bait out the bar. You'll take the ODDP as long as you are heavier in the drive gauge department and then going right after to kill the rest of the drive gauge. I'm with you in terms of being surprised that he went for the OD Fireball. Beyond that, though, he's been picking apart Gachikun with these jabs, so like jab, jab, wait a little bit, then dash up throw. We've seen that counter hit come up continuously. He's catching the defensive timings of Gachikun, which takes a lot of work. Gachikun is a very defensive player. He understands when to press buttons, when not to press buttons. So for him to be caught like this shows signs that Tokido knows how to dissect him. Now, it's just not making critical mistakes. Don't the OD Fireball get hit with that critical art.
See what the change-up is going forward now between the two. I mean, again, Tokido has had such a dominating performance thus far against Gachikun up until that very, very small error. Very significantly small. Well, small yet significant error, excuse me. I was going to say significantly small, but that was actually disastrous. But I'm not too phased out, I feel like, by the way that Tokido's been performing. It's a matter of consistency. He is definitely the one who's been showing that off right now. Crouching heavy punch now coming into play from the side of Gachikun from further distances, and I like that too. That's something he hasn't really shown off. He's shown off a lot of overheads thus far. He's been willing to throw the fireball game, but primarily he's been hovering around this range for whiff punishes.
Coming through from Tokido, finds a stand pierce, striking lash side switch. Whip punish against that stand pierce. He's had enough of that button. And it makes sense. It's been leading to the corner. Access of damage. Back to the spin we go. Walking low. We saw before he has been able to clip that walk back continuously.
A lot of missed opportunities from Tokido to get some of these big whiff punishes against some of the longer normals. Right? We had medium kicks flare out from the side of Gachikun, even a fierce, but that one is a little bit further out, so I don't blame him. But now, what do? Oh, just at the tip of that block. Exposure, nothing big of it. I think that's one of the biggest things from Rashid, right? Even getting some of these hit confirms off of lows, you have to commit to like maybe a drive rush. Yeah, just like that.
Nice and close with a crouching light kick. Something a little bit faster when you're closer. Backdash on level 2, you know what to do. You saw her coming through the wing condition. You know, not a lot of help to give. Holds a drive impact. Look at that. Heavy mixer for the finish.
Round 2.
Keeping it pretty simple. And I like the way he layered that too. Kept it very ambiguous with the drive impact attempt. I don't even think there was a lot that Tokido would have been able to do because of the whirlwind just being in front of him. Level 1, and you get the side switch. Fireball. No, it's dash up and stop Gatsuku from waking up with dash up. What a read from Tokido.
Way different for him now. He used to stand Mido kick a little more distance on it from like Fireball. Nice setup for success. The drive impact. So I'm gonna get my link back. Tokido. Final game, final round with Gatsuku. Switch it from the wake up here. Driver's throw. On tap parry. See that parry attempt continuously. Gatsuku try to go for it against the Dragon Lash. Doesn't get it. Excuse me. Deep for the jump fierce. Oh, level 3 incoming, won't kill, but it will put him on damn near death door. One more interaction with the drive gauge behind it. Lots to work with it for Tokido. Wow.
Stellar dissection from the dissector, as you had mentioned. Tokido is looking so extravagant right now in that matchup specifically. A really big change in comparison to what we saw while he was on the home side not too long ago, taking that the double loss, actually, I should say, against Kawano. What a big showing. But again, I honestly think this is just like information being fed towards Good 8 Squad right now, right? I think so long as there's games to play, they're going to find out what needs to be done and make those adjustments. But I'm loving this either way from the side of Yogibo Reject. It's like, you know what? If you want to keep giving up these points, we'll gladly take it. We'll gladly take this lead and continue on with our momentum. Ooh,
wait. What?
Yeah, you heard that correctly. That is going to be Kawano with Akuma. We're not going to see any of the Dawsums coming into play.
You know, watching Lashar play against the Sims, it's not like it was picture perfect, but he had a game plan against that character. But watching him fight on Kumas, he eats them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and has a dessert with them too as well. He is so adapted at dealing with them if they try to go to the air. He walks underneath, he jabs them away off the Demon Ray play. It's even worse this season because you can't really get like a side switch and get Oki off it anymore. I feel like he has been so solid in the regulation play, and then outside of Street Fighter, we don't really talk about that too much. But he is so good against the Akuma players that it's kind of crazy to see that Kawano wants to go up and fight him. Well, Lashar says Kawano was a really good player. I've practiced a lot this season, but today I'll win.
Very standard, man. Exact type of energy that we've had in the previous matchup between Tokido and Gatsuku, right? Tokido had actually mentioned, he was like, you know what, it's time, let's do this thing. And Gatsuku, we don't need talking for this matchup. That's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, Lashar and Kawano have been really setting the bar a lot. I think Kawano, we talked about him being like the golden child, I feel like, for his era. I think he's set the bar up so high for all of the rookies that have come in from SF5 and transcended into professional gameplay, I guess, professional Street Fighter 6 players into this current era. I think he's really stepped it up. But Lashar, I gotta admit, man, Lashar has been more so in the realm of other fighting games for so long, and him transitioning over to Street Fighter was a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because we get to see generational talent like this show up on the big stage, but it's also a curse if you're on the opposite end of that setup, right? All of these players have fallen short and fallen victim to that golden finger, but it also is like keeping everybody else really, really hungry. This guy is truly like a fighting game genius, in my opinion.
I've seen people inside and outside the league be like, I don't want to fight Lashar. Whatever it takes, I do not want to see him in my path. No matter who it is. I've seen top-level players say this continuously, inside and out. None of them want to fight this guy. He is just a machine. Pristine and clean. And now I feel like he has a little bit of that human element where he kind of, I don't want to say gets cocky, but he plays around the person and invites them to have these mistakes. We see with the DJ. We are getting some words here from Kawano, or we did get some words, I should say. Lashar is a player we can't understand in modern Street Fighter tactics, but I'll win here to get some bits of info. Do you see what I mean and what vicious means? Even the players here are like, we don't get him and why he's so good. It doesn't make sense.
さあ準備は OK。
That's wild. That is such a
insane.
we were definitely, or I was at least definitely expecting a very standard response from Kawano, like I'm ready for the match, I'm ready to win, something like that, right?
さあ
But
負け
him
られない戦
being
い。
transparent like that, LaChar is a player we cannot understand in modern Street Fighter tactics. That is crazy. That is so sick, right? Like this is how impactful LaChar has been in not only the league but Japan.
All right, so Kawano cooks something up a little bit different. Level 2 fireball, able to get that knockdown. Let's see more ground to play here. LaChar is so effective at dealing with the aerial approach, even with characters can be kind of ambiguous. Base out the ODDP, adamant fist, crouch fierce, OD. Gets the wall splat, the fireball. Tatsu right after that. Heavy addition.
The destruction from Kawano with a level 1. Spending that level 1 also. Sorry, the perfect instead of the first round. Hello, English just... What just happened to my brain? I was so jumbled up by what just happened, I couldn't even construct the sentence correctly. But man, Kawano with the perfect to start things off, spending that level 1 is exactly what I wanted to say. And looking to repeat history, already enforcing the point, pushing the chart to the corner. What do you do to stop this?
The shimmy. Various of the fireballs is causing a little bit of a problem here for LaChar. As I say that, the flicker knockdown. Drive impact, too many fireballs, flying too often. Lands the quarter carry off the heavy Tatsu. Double dashes up, the bait out the Stampiers. Nobody home just yet.
Oh,
no way you could have
prepared for that. What a beast. That was such a delayed out of fist too.
Talked about this, guys ready to check the challenge drive rush or any sort of advance, any sort of button or special with that stand muted kick when other characters, other players are doing it.
Oh,
Whips
so
up, I
hard
dare
to
you.
test, dude. You can't even throw a fire. Oh my god, doesn't need it. Level 3 is incoming. That is insane. One, the patience coming out from Kawano. Wild. Two, the timing to throw out that fierce and also confirm afterwards. You've got to be kidding me. I honestly think he is superhuman. That confirm into the drive rush cancel. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Kawano said, I get it. I understand it now. More ground to play actually is a benefit I hear with the fireballs. Been working out, but for him to have that control up in the corner, it looks like it lights out. This forces LaChar to get a little more active on the round start. Knocked down with the cycle blitz. Perfect parry. The punish right after. My favorite book. Do whatever it takes to get the corner carry. Tatsu. Dash up. Back dash switch for the throw though. Whip punish. The sweep.
He built up so much meter off of that sequence and so much corner carry as well. Gore, get off of me. Oh. That has to be a mistake. I imagine his ideal thought process was to try to get a cross-cut feed.
Very strange.
No idea.
Hope something after that overtime. Yeah. Medium block right there on the low. Samurai kicks able to hit though. Either fist resets the pressure with the medium target combo. Is it with that heavy kick Tatsu? You want that maximum amount of corner carry. That'll give you that option. He is throw looping this man. Do it again. 4 times. One more. The tech finally comes through. This one more hit and you're through. Yeah, there we go. Crouching when he tried to walk up and reassess.
This is where it gets pretty scary from both ends, right? 2 level 3s on deck. LaChar already bullying Kawano into staying into this corner with the jump back. Channelizing with the mediums in a spot where, okay, actually misplaced one of the big buttons. Kawano with a big saving grace with that standing jab to start things off as a punish counter, knocking on the door. Get off me again! Good read against the string. Coming in against the shot.
Back up to not get caught with that burnout. He's bad right now. He has also the buffer level 2 if he wants it. some of these fireballs. The flicker, anti-air is there to level 2. Eating through the drive gates as much as he can. It's like a blitz lands. We stand fears. Delays the crouching light kick, but again, not as strong as it was last season. Never said it happened. Can't go crouching light kick, crouching light kick.
No way.
But the crouching medium kick's gonna hit.
Oh, this is tough still. Despite Kawano having a slight life lead with the bars, he ran into Knuckles. All of it. Spend the rest of the bar. Already at level 2. Nice and easy, Lashar. Night. Give him the perfect. Give him back the perfect. I like this. We got ourselves a real match. We got 2 games, 1 game apiece from both ends.
It feels like Kawano's trying to take advantage of like the negative frames by walking in to that perfect range to get that jab off like we saw previously and get the punish off. But now Lashar's reading that intention. The back and forth. We got a match, as you said. Definitely a slobber knocker. Preparing the punish right after. Yes, nice and close.
Still within range, huh? I can't believe that stand jab actually caught as a punish counter from that far away. We do appreciate the conversion, but you know what? With the amount of damage that incurred from the side of Kawano, I think he was totally fine. He got the side switch after all, but can he make anything out of it right now? Because the Shark is knocking down the big confirm now. Uppercut. Kill rush forward, another throw. Looking for buttons. Instead, the throw comes out. Lashar, he was fishing for a button just a little bit. Once that was cleared, he's like, okay, I think it's time for me to get this throw off.
Guy's hiding kill rush back too as well to kind of misspace some of these buttons. Hides intentions a little bit, trying to go for the OD fireball, but this time, stand like kick is fine to interrupt. Forward fierce, stand fierce right after, getting the turn a little bit on that -3. Fireballs now incoming. Peppering in too many though. On borrowed time.
Single bounce, we got the Shin Dream. So much damage and already back to the corner. Kawano, what are you gonna do about that very important tech? He is locked up in the corner, but now with that much wiggle room, he has that much to get the punish counter with the poorly spaced level from the side of Lashar. Or barely misplaced. Oh, no
Dash up
way!
even, no way! It works! He said, I'm gonna put you in burnout by any means necessary. Turn up the lights! Okay. So he's got level 2, level 1. It's a rebuttal. No gaps. Got the fireballs. Give it long range, long distance. Chipping away. DP, there we go. Nice anti-air.
Final round. Fight.
Banking on it too. Didn't even try to hold the fireball. Absolutely ready for Lashar's approach. Loving the fireball trap there towards the end from Kawano. But what happens now? If Lashar manages to land a single hit into OD blitz, it's gonna lead to a lot of damage in corner positioning. Kawano's not even gonna give him that attempt. Spacing it out with forward medium kick. Checking the drive rushes as well. He's been very attentive to stopping the approach from Lashar thus far. Doesn't have the drive gauge left. He is stuck in a burnout phase. It's Lashar's time to start enforcing his will, especially with flickers. Get that plus scenario, maybe for a readjustment. Kawano sensed it. That's why he's backing away.
Nice throw with the forward medium kick, the snap kick. Trying to catch him low. Almost back up bar. He's back. One of the best, I feel like, defensive players in burnout is definitely Kawano. He's willing to go there when need be. Gets the crouching kick. Heavy kick top 2 ender. We've seen this before. Just do a tick throw. He blocked it out. He had to have even better. Wary with the parry. You're dead. More to take if need be. Kawano gets the victory. That stand like kick is doing so much. Still crouching in that space in place where some of these buttons want to come out here from Lashar, but using stand like kick to check drive rush, to punish normals, to kind of have something quicker out before Lashar gets his buttons out. 2 games up for Kawano.
Round 1.
I can't really say that was like too ambitious from the side of Lashar throwing out that level 3. I think it makes sense to kind of like throw that out there to see if he has a read against Kawano's offensive decision making. And I don't think he did too poorly regardless throughout the entirety of that set, obviously. So I do like him throwing that into the fray just to kind of keep it on Kawano's mind. Oh.
Forward button again. There's a fireball. Yeah, has to get off, jump over. Kill run.
Oh.
Stuck there. Drive rush, heavy kick. Clipped him.
Still within range for plenty of fireball to the back dash off of a read. The throw completely whiffing from the side of Guano, now forcing himself into burnout off of that block string. Into the throw now. Digging away at the ribs. And man, Akuma's never been in a boxing match before, I'll tell you what.
Fireball regulation. No, the whip punish. Against, I don't know what that crouch fierce was. Had to be a fireball. Gotta be. Charles ready either way. Guessing game here with the ODDP. Heavy kick Tatsu. Hella me, it's like +4 right there.
Keeping away. Liking that, the spacing out normal. Got some medium kick from that close, and it was a counter hit too. Very expensive, but well worth it. However, the scaling behind it, does it lead to death? Not quite.
Third throw.
Oh!
Expert DP. Bust out, gets him some distance. Get some green. Lock out. The floor though.
Oh, this is tough. We're trying to single hit confirm. Oh, and he saw it! Bam! That's the second time he's been goading into pressing a throw. Not only against Kawano, but also against Figueira at least one instance. But I'm just nitpicking at this point. The fact that he actually went for that throw.
Minute decisions, but it's one of those things solid against these post-flicker scenarios. And kick Tatsu, frame kill, gets a grip right after it. Anything he wants, a dash up DP, you'll take this. One more touch. First gonna throw will kill. That's the pressure. Caught him walking back, blocks it out. The super should hit.
Two blocks on the side of Kawano though. Don't misplace your fireball. Oh, and he sniped out the startup of the fireball. He's done that before and he'll do it again in a clutch scenario. I said this before, but now I really mean it. We got ourselves a real match. 2 games apiece. Lashar versus Kawano down to the wire. Here we go.
Fight in the parking lot right now. The drive impact. They said that was dead. They said kill rush backdash was dead. This man's had the perfect spacing, clean and pristine. Lashar. Also, the fact that he's interrupting the fireballs too as well has been fantastic. What happens? The stand light kick. The toe tap comes right back into play from Akuma. Place the crouching medium punch. Another conversion. That's the interruption with the stand light kick again. Oh, the bait!
That was
light even.
Such a sharp angle, man. That was hard. I think that was very difficult for Lashar to discern what range it was going to be at if he would decide to like do, because obviously you have so many angles to consider off of the demon rate, especially if he decides to dive kick, right? So that was a tough call from Lashar to even commit to the other. Kawano, he'll definitely take it. Looking at match point.
Knocked down with the cycle blitz. Right for the corner, Sam Pierce. Cycle blitz again. Walk up throw, yeah, man caught in the parry animation, extra 4 frames. Drive impact, desperation, put yourself in burnout. Can you survive though? I don't know, man. So an OD fireball, drive rush to put us a final game, final round, 3 bars to Lashar's name, 2 on the side here. Yogibo rejects Kawano.
Any big hit, I can't say confidently that it'll lead to level 3 from either. We'll see. Kawano, this has got to be a big hit because he's got to dump out all the damage now because you're going to get all of your drive meter back. You also get to drain out a lot of the shards. You have one more sequence to cause that burnout, and you're also in a healthy range to have no, not even a cancel. I'm sorry, he barely has 2 bars. But with that in mind, yeah, you can see Kawano kind of reluctant to try to go for a burnout.
Bring his bar back a little bit more, so OD Fireball have the threat of it too as well. Versus the drive gauge behind it will definitely hurt. Glass cannon. In close, walk up throw. A lot to come back with. You have level 2 behind you. Here, Lashar. Oh, what a delay, but the crouching medium punch is able to hit. Knock down the throw.
No way! Not gonna kill. Oh, this is huge. Follow behind the fireball. Chipping away as well. You could level 2 if you wanted to set up.
Dash up low. Find the stand medium in a level 3 for the victory. No! What? Oh my god, with a fireball follow-up from Kawano. The routing wasn't correct. Kawano was able to pick it up from what just happened.
中足、中アッパーになっちゃってましたよね。おそらく中足 SSB ミスだと思いますね。はい。波動コマンド他にないんで。
Dude, Kawano was laughing so hard he hurt his rib. Did you see that?
感じがします。中足ブリッツだったら簡単なんですけど。
Relax, brother. Whoa, my god.
Dude, in literally the sequence prior, the shark could have had, he had GGs. He could have done a sequence into level 3 while he was in critical art, drain out the drive gauge. Akuma had 0 bars. He would have had the life lead. He would have been able to follow up with a fireball and lead into a drive impact, a guaranteed drive impact into the quarter. I don't know, man. That was, unless I'm crazy. I'm almost certain if Lashar in 2 sequences ago confirmed into a level 3 or even level 2, whatever, I think he could have won. Like, granted, he did get a confirm afterwards and then drop the level 3, but like that's just unfortunate. But correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I'm almost certain Lashar could have had a sequence to get a level 3 going prior to that.
I feel like that could have worked too. Lower health on Akuma, nice little jump in. Even seeing out the level 2 full screen, like just to lock him down, and then chip out from there, and then go into like a combo right after. I feel like that would have worked, right? You have level 1 also in the string, so like oh, that is not good, bro.
Like throwing that in there as well. Yeah, you could have had so much control with your level 2. You follow it up and take away the options of being able to jump out, etc. That is crazy, man. I actually cannot believe it, but you know, it is what it is. It is definitely what it is. I'm surprised. Good 8 squad getting the rest of that match. It's tied again. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I didn't expect it to be that way, but I need my Samurai energy game to get up because my energy levels are through the roof. But I wanted to kind of like stabilize perhaps. But, you know, I gotta say, this has been ecstatic.
That's fantastic. I hope we get one of these when we go out to Capcom Cup. But wow, I can't get over that. It's one of those like in the clutch moments of trying to finish the job. Your brain is so much pressure again. You know, being out the league. I see the impact that hit Lashar. I'm hoping it doesn't impact him for the rest of Street Fighter League out here for these finals. Like, you got to keep your head on your shoulders. You still have way more games to play, 40 to 40 at this point. So maybe you need to get some of the Samurai energy drink and get some pep in your step, because you still got way more to go. 40 to 40 means that we're still playing a 50 at this point on both sides, and it's just even. It's just these first twos are won by one side, and then the anchor position goes to the other side. Something has to change. I think with the energy levels or whatever, maybe it changes from there, character selection. But I feel like for one of these sides, they got to be like, okay, one of us got to pick it up and like clean sweep or hyper focus on certain things or certain matches even more so, because we can't keep going blow to blow, band to band at this point.
I like it, man. Keep the drama for like the end of the matches. I am a fan and I am a sucker for that. I am definitely around that camp to do that too. Somebody needs to help our desk correspondent out. There we go. Anu, man, Anu knows how to sell the hell out of that. Can I just say that was? Did you see? Okay, I'm gonna reenact it. My man took the sip.
Okay.
He went back, closed his eyes, and went. My man fully sold that. But to be fair, it does taste good. I had the opportunity to try it. This guy, Aru, professional. That was mad professional. Took a long withstanding sip and went, as if it weren't wintertime right now in Japan. My man was like, I'm back on the beach, baby. I'm feeling refreshed and energized. That was clean. What a beast.
I'll buy 2, 3 cases, actually. You are, damn, that was how to sell it. But, then we pick up some for Capcom Cup. And I'm kind of with you. I want to see more matches, but I think the teams recognize how close things are getting. Though I feel like that's got to be stressful, right? Like, this is going back and forth a little bit too much. At some point, someone's going to have to take a big lead. Will it be character to character? Will it be player to player? I'm wondering what the strategy will be upcoming at this point. The Kawano pick wasn't a bad pick. It went down to the wire, you know, but oh man.
I mean, he got the
I don't know
W,
where it's
so
gonna go, bro.
I don't think it was a. I mean, like, so it was a very, very shaky match, right? That easily could have been Lashar's towards the end, but we can't take away from the fact that Kawano kept it mad close, right? He got the first game, caused Lashar to bleed a little bit. I think it's the first time in the last couple of weeks because Lashar has been undefeated going into this from the playoff performance. Kawano causing 2 games, a big disruptor for Lashar and his mental, and now even more so with a big shocker heard around the world from him dropping that level 3 and then dropping further sequences. That is catastrophic in the mental of Lashar, and only one person was able to do that right now. It happened to be Kawano. So in hindsight, good 8 squad. They had a good choice amongst them too. Again, I'm very curious to see how that's going to be playing out. Good 8 squad now being on the away side. I'm very eager to see what the choices have been made, or what choices are going to be made, excuse me, going forward.
Go on, surprise me. Put up the sim. Go on, do it. You know, show me something different as we've seen about the league. Who knows what's going to happen to occur? Again, shout out to these beautiful controllers. Just the artwork on them is beautiful. The multiple button placements. I gotta try these out. Hopefully they have them at Capcom Cup. I hope they have them to play, and you know, or maybe someone has one I can kind of test out. I like to see how they feel. All right, come on, Aru. Sell me something else.
It is already kind of like travel size too. I know that the company has like travel size bags that accompany with that are accompanied with the purchase of every like peripheral too. The playmat's pretty important. I'm also a sucker for that. I really dislike when I'm playing and the stick kind of like moves around my lap. I think that was like one of the biggest things that like deterred me from like buying certain peripherals back in the day. But having that rubber mat on the bottom for it to kind of like get that grip and get that attention too on your lap is really important in my opinion. But this looks really neat, right? With the addition, just the sole fact that there are 2 additional buttons for you to map out is pretty critical for a lot of the games that are out there right now.
Impact, drive rush, things like that, depending on how you want to play. As you mentioned for the other games too as well, even for maybe the older games. Maybe some, maybe like you put throw on there or something. I'm not sure what you want to do, but you have that variance on there. So I definitely want to try them out. I am so curious. They look, they're of quality. So, and again, I have to figure out how to get you on these mats, bro. This artwork is insane.
Please. I need it, genuinely. Like, I already have the shirt to match it. All I need now is the playmat to rock it, because that is easily one of the coolest things. It's the watch party, right? Like, these guys are watching CPT, these guys are watching Street Fighter League Japan. It's the entire cast. The only one not invited is Aki in the window. I think that's funny as heck. I think that's like one of the funnier things to come out. And dude, the fact that Akuma has like the letter S on his arm because he's rooting for Division S is actually pretty sick. I didn't even know Akuma was back there. We've never seen the entire artwork before until now. I never knew Akuma was right there.
You're right. It gets cut off like right where the bison's at usually. Seeing Akuma on there is even sicker. That's super dope that they put all the characters in there. I'm like, hopefully they get like a new addition for like next Street Fighter League if we have it, to have like multiple characters that we've had for the DLC, for maybe Elena if she comes out at that point too as well. That'd be really cool. I'm already looking much in the future. I haven't even had this merch right here at all. I want it. Maybe I'll get it at Capcom Cup coming up in March, beginning of March right there. The 5th all the way to the 9th. It's going to be damn near almost an entire week of action. $1 million is on the line alongside the World Championship 2024. Will be on the last day of Capcom Cup play. So swing over for all of it, honestly. See it all. Be there for the entire thing.
I would hope you guys do, because this is like the culmination of everybody's hard work. It's what everybody is looking forward to. This is genuinely the time where we finally say the millionaire match is upon us, right? Being able to take that legacy line, that historic and classic line from CES2. Millionaire fighting is really a dream. It's actually come true now at Capcom Cup 11. That's one of the lines I've been looking forward to saying over at Capcom Cup, and I can't wait for it. You guys, I'm sure, have been waiting ever so patiently as well. That's going to be coming up real soon. Again, March 5th through the 9th with the Street Fighter League World Championships happening at the very end. You know how Japan gets down in regards to team tournaments, so it's going to be quite the spectacle. So we anticipate every one of you guys coming through to support and hang out with the rest of us too, in the chat, in the streams, etc., what have you. You gotta reward yourself for a year-long worth of watches. Like, you've been tuning into how many events thus far? It's been crazy. Oh, this is also really cool for the folks that are joining in, that happen to go to Capcom Cup. There, if you guys are actually attending, you get a special code that gives you access to a special color exclusive to those attendees, and it's each character is going to be getting this exact color scheme. So even more incentive for those joining in.
I want this one. Playing a little bit of Ken recently after seeing how much people don't like the character. So I've been dabbling with him a little bit. I'd like to leave Capcom Cup with that color. So if you plan to go out there, you're going to be well rewarded, not only with seeing some of the best action you ever asked for, but also cool things like this. So sign up, get those tickets ASAP, people. Do not want to miss what's out there. We're going to get all of the leagues sorted out soon. We already have EU sorted out. Soon will be the US, as they had to move things through the Fire Sticks for Capcom for doing that. And hopefully everybody is sound and safe and able to rebuild from that point. We're going to be getting that the next week, but I guess it kind of depends on when you view this at home. If you view this a little bit later, maybe it's already happened. Regardless, today we'll be crowning a champion for Japan, and we'll have all of that come down on Sunday in the final day for the World Championship for Street Fighter League, and before all that will be the group stages to the finale for the singles play. A lot to consider for Capcom Cup. I've never been to Japan. My first time out there. I'll be out there for a week, so I can't wait to hang out with all of you. You Vicious too as well, and just see what it do out there. I mean, Capcom Cup in Japan just sounds like an absolute dream to be a part of. I can't wait to see the venue and see all the sick stuff and get this merch right here. There's a pillow. Nah, son. I need two suitcases. 2 empty suitcases. Come on now. That's a Kuma on that. I need it. I need it.
Yeah. Pretty neat. Going up against Bison as well. I like that. The glow coming from, man, the glow tracing from Akuma's eyes, and the fact that we got pockets like that. Hell yeah. And it's stitched on? Hell yeah. That is sick. That is actually super sick. Capcom Cup 11, the merch has evolved. I want to see if it's reversible, low-key. But man, my man Hameko is stretching that bad boy out. I appreciate that. Let me know what the quality is like, Playboy. That's what I'm talking about. The pillow, though, yo, I've been knocked out enough by Akuma players on ranked. I might as well get the pillow to, you know, to actually keep it true, right? In and out of the game. That is a giant pillow for scale, by the way.
It's a huge pillow. It's like almost half a
my man
human
is
size right
squeezing.
there. Feels like soft. Not like a Kuma though. What's the back look like? Just pure black? That's fine. That looks fancy.
Bro,
Exotic.
I hope I have room for that in my bag. I'm kind of scared, low key.
It's time to make room, brother. It's time to make room. Another backpack, I guess. Man, the merch this year is insane.
今しばらくお待ちください。 背中で語る姿、やはりすごいですよね。ディビジョンエース代表、グッドエイトスクワットの入場でした。
1位対並んだのがこの時の
ヨギボーリジェクトの入場でした。グランドファイナル、カード合金対するは時の剣、いってみましょう。
お願いします。フリッターランスではありますが体力が少ない。
中心、
うわうまい。サビトンも見事です。対策対策。
アッパーを潰して川のランスダメージを伸ばしていくことにはなっている。若干下がっていた。
S2 がある。
川にはリソースはある。砲天効果ある。砲天効果これでフィニッシュ。アキラの体力は気づけば総合必死が中。スクラッチ君が走りきれないか、切っている。お見事。勝つことができるこのバウンド状況。着地を取っている。中堅戦はガーチ君の勝利。下からのシャープレー。チェンバーサードだ。すでに3つずつ両者持っている。深かったか、見逃さないレジャー。2勝目からも削りもある。展開重視差し返し、展開重視差し返し、展開重視差し返し、お見事レジャー。展開重視差し返し。さあ原田さん、
はい。
これが2巡目先鋒戦、アキラキャミ対するはプゲラディージェ。またもやアキラがうまく体力リードを作っている。ここでジャクからつないでいった。ジョースクールからの2巡目先鋒戦、みんなが見たかったこの対決、どのようなドラマが紡がれるのか。
高近のゲージもたまにそうですね。
2つ目も受け入れられない。ここは投げ切った。
何かするか。
高近には CA がある。打ってた。抜けた。どうだ。またいる。抜けれんのかい。しかも CA です。ダメージが高い。結構一滴。さあどうだ。この一撃届いた。まだ残りそうですね。昨日のドライブゲージは相当ある。圧倒的優勢。覆せるかガチ君、最後は千代。覆せるかガチ君、最後は千代。お尻構えて大パー。なんだって。そこから出てきた。本当これは届いている。まだ隙間で静寂を破って突き出した拳が
顔を回しながらカウンターで。
うわー、横から貫いてきた。列車
話もありえます。
打ってきた。さあどうだ。
警戒している。
お見通し、警戒していた。
先に回復したのはレシャーです。
ガチガチガチガチしている。ガチガチ打ってきた。ちょっと中なってる。あーわーなってる。あーわー打ってきた。ちょっと中なってる。あーわー勝ったのはカード。あーわー勝ったのはカード。極限状態。あり
Next location is Osaka.
We return with another round of Street Fighter League action after an absolute slobber knocker of an anchor match that definitely got me in trouble with my neighbors and got me a noise complaint. We are back in business. My name is Sankola. I am joined with Vicious. How you doing, brother?
I'm trying to stave off all the complaints myself, but I feel like being at like, what, 10 p.m. Pacific time, I think I'll be doing all right. A lot of the people that have been around me have heard the velocity and the amplified screams that we've had for that one moment that had just transpired, and you happen to miss it. Man, what a moment, honestly. We're even seeing some of the tweets happen live. I mean, okay, well, this is happening a little bit on a later date, but for those that happen to go back in time or at least check the timeline, my man NRD was already like dumbfounded. He is there watching right now, and he is just in awe, as we all are, honestly. We've had it down, tied up 40-40 because of a very, very big mishap from the side of Lashard that is very uncommon, right? It's like you have a better chance of sighting a unicorn. But that was crazy to see for that to happen. But as it stands right now, Kawano, he recovered from it, took 20 points to his name, and we're starting all over again. Switching up the sides. Good 8 squad now, hanging out on the away side.
Yogibo on the home side gives him the advantage. I hope, again, that Lashard can collect himself, because he's definitely going to have to go up here and fight. Once again, not sure where he will go. Just depends on what we see from the away side. What we're going to get is going to be DJ again from Pugera, Rashid Gachikun, and Indian off with Kawano in that anchor position. You had said that Kawano is going to be a consistent in the anchor position. We're seeing it again and again, and it makes sense to me. But DJ, though, again from Pugera, is it time to shop this character? What do you think?
I'm struggling with the idea of Pugera consistently picking DJ. I'm not too confident right now. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Kawano changing characters at the last second in Street Fighter V, where he went off with Vega, and as soon as he switched characters, it went downhill for Good 8 Squad that year, specifically. Now, I understand that you have a couple of more games to play, like, at most, like, let's say it happens to be a tie game again. Then we go down to 60-60, we play another full set, etc. I'm still a bit concerned with the DJ pick. I would much rather feel a lot more comfortable with the Bison and or Jury. But the Good 8 Squad, they're intentionally putting this character up first for a very good reason. And I still haven't found what that reason is just yet. Akira coming back up to play, looking to spot Pugera for another 20 points. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. Akira's been on a pretty decent tear off of the recovery from his initial play against Gachikun Rashid. So I'm really kind of concerned overall.
Yeah, I'm definitely concerned for Pugera. I get it. You don't want to run the Bison because Kemi can come through. You like having a reversal and anti-air options. It's just the damage access that you want from Akira. Making a mistake is not happening. Like, I feel like that first match he had with Gachikun was like, okay, I have to reel it back a little bit. I'm going back to my old ways. Let me pull back just a smidge on the DPs and hide them when I'm on the offense, when I'm already have that big lead. Pugera says, I've lost twice, and I couldn't really get the confidence. But there's a big but coming. We'll get more of that translation in here as he kind of talks about how he couldn't get the stability with this character. And it's something we've seen out in League. As you mentioned, we haven't seen the DJ come out to play at all from him, except for just the Juries being the only other side pick for him. Pugera says, though, Kawano had a fantastic game. I'll go with the flow. So he's emboldened by Kawano's win, going with his character. But I don't know if that's enough, bro. I don't know, man.
I'm in the exact same camp. I just don't find a lot of confidence right now to pick that character out for this last couple of games. Granted, they are going to go through another cycle either way, but this is just terrifying to me. I think Pugera, something's got to give with this pick. If I had seen maybe some of the CFNs with the DJ, I'd feel a little bit more confident, but I'm just not too sure with the picks overall. I think Akira's confidence in the matchup is one thing, but if he's able to dictate the pace the way he did against Pugera, then he'll have like a pretty good shot. I think his defensive decision-making was very, very sound to throw Pugera off guard. I wonder if this is going to force Pugera to be a little bit more offensive with the DJ and kind of just continuously apply pressure now that Akira has shown off a little bit more reluctancy towards the usage of like the OD or the drive gauge in general. So we'll see, man. I just need Pugera to really explode on the scene, and it needs to be now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'd like him to maybe hide the intention of the crouch fierce a little bit more. We saw that come out. You got hit with a dive kick, and I don't know what you have to do. Maybe, again, afford more of the fireballs, have some of that fake outs a little bit. We saw the sway play, but we really didn't see, like, you know, the fake fireball every so often. You really have to have that in this matchup, I feel, to dominate the neutral. Otherwise, she's going to smother you. Like, she's like, okay, cool. You're not even giving me something to really worry about. We saw some fireballs come through. Some of those got jumped in on, and some of the combos didn't really happen for Akira right after all the way. But overall, he wasn't really fireball focused to start things off, to kind of slow down the neutral a little bit. It's a prominent point when you watch, you know, the last season with Fudo, when you watch Tomo Rock, when you watch other DJ players that play him right now, that's still a very big part of the neutral for the character. If you don't have that, that's less that Kami has to worry about. And you're going band to band with a character who has really good neutral and normals, and it could just kind of whip punish you on your lingering limbs of crouching fierce and heavy kick and stuff like that. That's not the way that you want to play. You have to have all the elements to be able to make this a better matchup for yourself. And so I think he has to afford himself to throw out the fireballs, figure out what's the proper timing to do so, fake it out so you get the anti-airs off too as well against like a jump in or a dive kick, and really work that way.
I think it's fair to kind of like start things off. Yeah, I think that's a pretty full game plan, being able to dictate the pace with fireball or pseudo fireball pressure with the fake outs too. I don't like the usage of his sobots thus far. He's been punished pretty heavily with using that, and also some of the sways to bait out counter pokes. I mean, when we talk about how he had fallen short in the previous matchup, he tried to sway and catch Akira off guard, but it was the low medium kick that stuffed him out. So from the side of Kami, that is. We'll see if we start to see a different pace from Pugera right out the gate. Here we go. Team battle number 3. Damn, that was meaty.
Falling off the bone was so damn meaty. Backdash, perfect parry, calls out the second jab. Plus, he still gets a stand medium right after. Pugera is breaking down on defense continuously. All different looks here. Akira. Wait, does work out. Strike throw, back throw. Reversal jab. What? Akira, how do you keep this man locked down? I don't understand.
Ooh. Let's counter it. You gotta spend the level 2. Yeah, you gotta do it. I don't know if it'll be enough to kill. Like, huh? He dropped it?
No seasoning? No sauce? No nothing? Pugera? No plate, brother. Sorry. What a strange drop. He looked at the dash up throw, but nerves starting to show right now. I've never seen him drop that. Big misstep.
He did get a call right against Akira's defensive decision. The jump into OD yeah, hell damage. This is the Pugera we like to see. Now finishing his plate. Or so I thought. Dropped again. He looked immediately. He wheeled back in his seat, looked immediately at his controller. He's not right in the water. Pugera, granted, he got one. I don't know if it's nerves or not. Gatsuku literally came up to him, tapped him on the shoulder, and he told him either calm down or good luck. One of the two. But Pugera laughed it off a little bit. What is going on, man? Even the decision making behind the roundhouse sobot, you are a plus. You were allowed to press a button. The first time around, he got counter hit from Akira with reversal crouch jab. I mean, that leaves you in a very, very nice space. What is it, +2, right? After the hit. So I'm very concerned right now for the decision making.
You know, he won that match. It's one of those things where I feel like I need to read this a little bit more. He'll take that W. DP, but the damage is getting dumped out just like you like to see. At least it was. Now switched up. The throw. Liberates. Does get the charge up after that crouch fierce. He definitely believed in that. It doesn't matter. Another wake up. Better off for Akira. DP finishes the job. Trying to even up the score.
That's on the opening. That was a counter hit as well. Drive rush forward with a low short. That has been Akira's go-to thus far. I like that punish counter again against the misplaced Sobot. Back throw. This is huge for Pugera. Set up with the Fireball pressure, as you had mentioned too. Oh. No way. There we go. We got it. 1 for 3. We'll take it. Or 1 for 2. No, 1 for 3. Excuse me.
Double DP. The Jack knocks on point. Frame kill. Light punch. Did not complete the conversion with the drive rush. We'll get right back in there. Set point here for Bugera. Two will definitely save the day and he's able to completely see the damage. Order carry. We'll sit down. The forward medium kick. What a way to start the round. He said,
Sunrise wheel.
Waste the bar.
That was actually kind of sick. The frame kill, background house, plenty of time to confirm it. I thought he would have gone into level 2, but the scaling was just too much. Totally understandable. Uh-oh. Very interesting for him to dump out the level 3 critical art off of that. That's okay. Yeah, no scaling involved. Hella damage, so I understand now.
Force the trade, the dive kick, nice and low. Finally wake up the drive impact. He can super that. No, oh my God, excuse me, he cannot. And the throw right after, pardon me.
Not today. Akira tying it all the way through. The intentions were good, and Bugera was like, I wish I could, but not gonna be enough time to actually get that level 1 connect.
This character's suffering in burnout.
He really is, right? Like, he doesn't have a level 1 to save him. He has to have a level 2 for the full invincibility. It is kind of rough.
We'll throw the backdashes there. More defensive activity here. Instead of Bugera, a lot of backdashes, trying to avoid the follow-up throws. Might see a read from Akira. A little later on with like a crouching, you think to snipe that out. The sway also makes it a little bit more ambiguous. Fireballs. Hey, the forward medium kick is able to hit. Set point.
Somebody feel yet again. Just equip them some of the airborne control, sorry, the airborne decisions that Akira is trying to make. What a stop against the drive rush. Standing jab. Checking with the lows as well. What in the world is happening?
Sending them. Same day delivery. Fake out. It's a jab. Strike throw. Go for the jab. Reversal buttons here from Akira. Gets the Oki. Crouching light kick. Did not commit to anything right after it. Now he's blocking. He's perfect parrying. It's a punish and a half that level 3 if he wants a level 1 to get it done. Francis so wants to make him drop. Bugera stays a lot more solid on the defense. If he drops that level 2, still able to complete the DJ play that we want to see from him. All right. That's better. That's better for Bugera. I believe it.
Finally on the board. Finally on the board. The boost that he needed. The boost of confidence coming in now from Bugera. A little bit worrisome. I will say this. I think there was some pretty significant drops. I'd imagine he must be some type of nervous, genuinely. But I'm glad he's found a way to kind of pull himself out of the mud. And it sets the pace pretty nicely, despite being on the away side. I like that. Barking back at the dogs on the other side of the fence. Yogibo reject. Now, who do you send? Do you send Tokido yet again to hound down Gachikun?
It is going to be Tokido. He's so dominant last time, I guess it makes sense. But then do you send Lashar up at the very end then? Are you going to bank your bets on the sim? I guess we'll get there when we get there, but it's kind of wild to see Tokido go up right now. Maybe Lashar in a longer set might be a little bit better. Maybe that's why they're hedging their bets here. And you know, at first two Tokido, definitely cooked up some Gachikun last time. I only had like one mistake with the OD Fireball Ender, but otherwise, it's pretty solid.
やっぱ時々さんとこういう舞台で戦うっていうのはすごい楽しくて、毎試合毎試合すごい楽しみながら対戦ができたんで、今回も楽しむのはもちろんなんですけど、勝って20点取って、10点ですか？10点取って、頑張ります。
頑張ってください。
プゲラの10ポイントと足してね、20ポイントということで。
I really enjoyed just his charisma overall and like his attitude towards the game in general and also towards the competition. I'd imagine he had a couple of words for Tokido, and let's see if Tokido trolls him back.
その時は違うチームでしたが、すごい今でもね、鮮明に思い出せるぐらいすごい試合を このストリートファイターリーグという舞台でやらせてもらって、まあそれ以降もね本当に常にマークしなければいけないプレイヤーだなと思ってましたんで、まあこの機会に、まあ勝って10点取って、失礼しました、次のね大将に続けたいと思います。お願いします。
頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。それでは両選手は試合の準備に取り掛かっていただきます。
What?
I can't imagine what he said, but we are going to give that translation. Luckily, I hope it's a thorough translation because there is a lot of context that needs to be filled in. What has been said thus far from the side of Gachikun, Gachikun had said, I lost the last game, but it's really fun playing with Tokido in such a competition. I will win this time. Tokido's is filling out currently, but I really want to know what the deal was with Torimeshi making that face towards the end. I have no idea what it could be.
Maybe it's the fact that Tokido cannot count. Tokido says, I played against Gachikun for many years throughout the series. I'll win again and get 20 points. No, the 10 points. Oops. And he laughs right after. So, you know, maybe forgetting that he wasn't in the anchor position, but still, I mean, every point matters. So, you know, it might as well be 20 points out here considering everything is so close to contention, at least to start things off. Slight lead here for Good 8 Squad so far, but back to the rematch. Going to be that Rashid versus Ken. What does Gachikun need to do to stop the Dissector? Guano played it with fireballs very well, but it's a different sort of story when you're Rashid because you can get jumped in on, OD fireball can cut through. It's not the same sort of pacing. So maybe that drive rush fireball, fake out kind of stuff might help against Tokido. I'm not sure what the switch needs to be, but I think obviously something has to give here because Tokido was, besides that one mistake, was cooking him up quite a bit.
I don't really like Rashid engaging in a fireball battle most of the time because if the character, if Ken gets like the proper read or just happens to get lucky with an OD fireball, that leads to so much, and I don't even want to try to risk that unless I was nearly like full screen or something. The only time I would see logically a Rashid player trying to charge a fireball is off of a knockdown and full screen to get the enhanced whirlwind to threaten with enhanced movement, etc. But I don't see myself, I don't see Gachikun really trying to play that out as much. If anything, he'll probably keep it a little bit more mid-range and probably take up space with that fireball against Tokido's ideas of approaching with poking. But that also sets up Gachikun nicely for the counter poke, which he has been doing quite well thus far. I want to see him kind of like outpace Tokido in terms of like the footsie department. I want to see him be a little bit more patient to anticipate some of the normals. But it's very hard to ask for. Tokido has already kind of been keen towards the gameplay that Gachikun has been exhibiting thus far. So it's a lot to ask for. I genuinely think so. Tokido has just been so ambiguous thus far, and he's making so many reads and adaptations that it's my analysis for what Gachikun needs to do can be thrown out the window.
Alright, let's pick you apart. It's gonna be simple to say, but oh, that drive gauge, dear and tight. Even more so, the OD DP that you do against a Genrai might lead to your demise a little bit later on. Empty crouching to kick the Gachikun special, catching him low. The dash of crouching mini kick though, side switch incoming. The Dragon Lash.
Meaty overhead off of the knockdown. Full loop into the DP. Very plus indeed. In fact, enough of a frame kill to check Gachikun defensively. He might have tried to jump thinking a throw was on its way, but stand jab keeping him locked in place. Those pre-jump frames getting stuffed out. I love that. Big interruption again from the side of Gachikun out the bat, but Tokido luckily getting a back throw in full control now. Or so I thought.
Fierce is able to hit. I mean, all it takes, interaction with both characters, perfect parry on the wake up, let him duck it, extended damage. Enhanced Tatsu Ender. Perfect parry to safe up setup. At least takes back control with the jab. For the back though, yeah, Tokido was aware of that. Drop gauge not looking so good. I'm ducking again. A little bit of a drop, I feel, but it doesn't matter.
I think that was intentional. I think that was 100% intentional. It's one of two things, right? With the amount of drive gauge left, he was banking on Gachikun spending the rest of it with OD reversal, and he was gonna bait that out. But either way, him resetting the damage and also forcing the block against Rashid was imperative because it also forced the burnout. That drop was 100% intentional from the side of Tokido.
Okay. drop right there, but it extends over to the burnout, as we mentioned. Taking away all that drive gauge, what Tokido likes to do. And again, it's a similar situation that we saw previously. Empty out the drive gauge. On the back foot is Gachikun. No level 2 to even have to worry about at any point. You know, we see a lot of, I'm going to keep close to you, stick to you like glue from Tokido to ensure that doesn't happen, or you don't have a chance to even put that out. It's so hard to deliberate like what you have to do against Tokido, because he is such a player-to-player versus person that he's watching out for what that person does intently. So to fight him, I don't even know. You have to switch up your game plan so intently that he doesn't know what you're doing. Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell how to fight Tokido, especially with Gachikun the way that he wants to play. That defense that he has, that is ironclad, is getting broken down.
I would agree with you. I think Tokido has just had the proper reads against locking down Gachikun. We haven't really seen any irrational decisions from the side of Gachikun, I will say this, but he also hasn't shown off any of his wild side. I don't think we've seen a single OD spinning mixer upon wake up, but it's really hard to bank on that, genuinely. With someone like Tokido, it's really hard to rely on such a mechanic to bring all of your momentum back, or at least get your game plan started. And even so, with the amount of pressure that Tokido's exuding and the life lead that he manages to get, by the time you do land at a reversal like that, I think it's fine for him. If it sets him in a spot on the map where he's still able to contest with normals, it's not too big of a deal breaker in terms of damage. I don't think he minds it, really.
Especially by that point, like, you don't have a lot of drive gauge behind you right after, too, as well. We saw that previously. We're expending a little bit too much, and right after the Genrai had taken away the rest of the drive gauge. So, like, if you're going to do that, you have to do it early with the drive gauge. If you do it too late, at that point, you're inviting him to get in and take the rest that you have. Another game here to Tokido. We'll get that 2-0 again. Drive rush though, caught him tap and parry when he shouldn't. Stand fierce, finds the mark. And stand line kicking the DP right after. In again with the drive rush. Charge a fireball for some space. Tokido just walking in confidently.
Oh. A big gamble, the first one from the side of Tokido. Gachikun happy to be ready for him. He called that out plainly with a neutral jump.
Nice perfect parry. Stand your ground. Stand on 10 toes. Dash up jab. Maybe thought it was going to be a throw. The overhead gets it back though right after. Had to interrupt with the jab. Drive gauge was not looking so good.
Well, that's terrifying too. Had he been any closer, it would have been a punish counter. Okay, I like that. Staggering the pressure a little bit out of the way to get the big throw bait against Tokido. We're starting to see a little change up on offense from Gachikun.
Spike knockdown, level 2. Push him a little bit. Gets the throw right after it. Dash up again. Brings, trying to maybe tap parry, but Tokido blocks it out. Dash up crouching medium punch counter hit OD. You know what's after it. Even more damage incoming. The bounce. So it's a medium crouching medium punch right after. Tokido able to get the drive rush jab, the side switch. Shipping Genrai, trying to kill the drive gauge as much as possible. Once again, the dissector going to work. Taking away even more.
Oh, Tokido has been ready. He has been banking on Gachikun trying to jump out of the corner so many times.
The jab this time.
Oh no!
Burn this cat out.
Oh,
Get the side switch. Yeah.
Ain't nobody in this room blocking that. Not chat. Not in the hall. I don't even know if NRD is gonna block that. That was crazy, especially in burnout. But what happened? Tokido dropped this combo towards the end. He actually had 2 jabs and missed the rest of it and lost the game. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, he did crouch fierce. I don't know what that was. Was that supposed to be a DP right after? I'm not sure. But
he had to confirm.
Like,
he went crouch, jab, jab, and then he just dropped it.
Very odd. Once again, another situation where he had it in the bag to close out that round and didn't get it. But I like the switch up from Gachikun this time. Looks a little bit more present in terms of being active on defense, right? Switch up in terms of like the throw baits, calling out what Tokido wants to do in terms of like drive rushing up. Not every drive rush is working out. There's been reversal crouching jab, there's been reversal other buttons and things like that. He's been alternating very effectively and disallowing Tokido from coming in without maybe sometimes wasting bar. Like not every drive rush is working out for Tokido, which means that he's not always expending the bar the way that he wants to. So he's going to be on the back foot in terms of drive gauge damage as well, or in terms of having drive gauge overall. So that does help out. I like these switch ups here from Gachikun. A little bit more effective, a little more active in dealing with the drive rush pressure that Tokido's presenting. But you can't rely upon Tokido dropping everything to get your full victory, though. I don't think that's a sustainable plan, obviously, because Tokido's going to be like, okay, cool, I'll go for an easier combo. Maybe I'll go for something different. Maybe I won't drop it next time, whatever it is. He'll stay fine and close out the game with the quickness.
Either way, they're keeping it pretty close-knit, one game apiece. We are taking a timeout for the players to discuss with their teams what adjustments need to be made. There has been a little bit of a difference, I feel, more so in Tokido's game plan defensively. Him showing off that he's willing to take a couple of risks with his drive gauge has already been exhibited and fully punished by Gachikun. I wonder how much more of those we're going to be expecting from either camp.
One of those bust outs is going to be happening to change the landscape of the defensive tactics. We've seen the backdashes, we've seen the lay button. When we see the ODDPs, you know, as you said, it's easier for Tokido and Ken to take that, comparatively, especially depending on how much bar is on either side. But I also want to see that push from Tokido in the bait. Because someone like Gachikun, being a defensive player, understands defense too as well. So should be ready to clock that and catch that and punish it when if I should say it appears. If it needs to even appear. We'll see. Tokido turns up like volume and ends this with the quickness. Pretty far able to start things off. Nice interruption against the overhead.
A lot more activity coming out from Gachikun, at least with the medium kick. I think he's done that quite a bit more, like some of the counter pokes that he likes to do. Or at least try to catch off guard for some of the other opponents. But it's been so difficult to
bust out.
Oh, what a call out! That's the second time thus far today.
Tokido down the hole in the back foot. Inhale the drop gauge. In the corner. Waiting for a whip punch. The perfect parry in the fireball right after. Trying to lock Tokido down. A jail, no bail. Don't let this guy leave. Be the warden.
Tokido has not even tried to give a medium for Gachikun to punish. You can see him treading softly. He's putting a stand jab. And again, that's exactly what we prefaced this with, right? The fireball war, if it goes on an OD one, it's going to be pretty difficult. But Gachikun weathering the storm.
Punish just yet. Stand medium. So that crouch fierce, I think he's trying to put that level 2 on him. Really? Get the crouching kick hit either way. Let's spin level 1 to get it done. Super Rashid kick. Gachikun now on set point. Immediate coaching.
Round 2.
Flex Akita. Man, the minute that he stood up at the very tip of that last second, look at hit with a crouching medium kick. Sushiru Repa, level 3. Double get damage. Tokido never afraid to dump out that level 3 in that round 2 scenario just to get that lead. He knows about that bar. Can't be like a battle. DP the bust out now from Gachikun. Medium too far out, but the crouching medium kick is able to whip punish Tokido's.
One more sequence. Got it. Tokido keeping it alive. Round for round, pound for pound, these guys are duking it out. I love that. So far, the punish counter didn't lead to a lot. That was punish counter stand jab. I do believe he could have gone for a low medium, but perhaps he was too far.
Bust out. Cyclone doesn't commit to anything right after it. Nice jump on the fireballs.
Jump over.
To the corner, the throw. They're adding up, backdash level 2. Once again. It's a DSR. We play around the secret Tokido. What's your defense like? One of the hold some throws here and there. Driver straight, it's gone.
So smart.
Not really utilized.
Yeah, he dashed up initially, Tokido, to get closer to the whirlwind and buried the rest of it. That was so smart, man. Good recognition, too. And the time it took for Gotchkin to let it rip. Is this enough? 100% it's enough. Eagle spike to finish the rest of it. Doesn't even need the SRK towards the end. That's Gotchakun, the full rebuttal. We have it again. 20 points from the away side. Good 8 squad. Really holding it down despite being at that deficit. That was crazy. Crazy focus and crazy attention to detail to what Tokido was what's been given from the side of Tokido.
On top of all that, I feel like the ODDP started coming out from both sides, but Gotchakun hit those twice in that last game. I think that really took Tokido off his game in terms of his pressure. Like, he was like, this guy doesn't usually bust out. He hasn't really shown that throughout, you know, these couple of sets between the two. And those two DPs were perfectly done. Tokido doesn't bait those out. He gets hit and go back to neutral. Even though that's a good thing sometimes for Tokido, it wasn't there because the variance of defense for Gotchakun led for him to stay stable, allow the offense to happen. 60-40, final match for this round of matches. Do we set up Lashar? Do we put up the sim? Lashar at the edge of his seat. Does he go up again?
大将川の豪輝に対するのはレーシャーエイドクラシックでお願いします。
It is Lashar.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really wouldn't see it any other way. I don't think he did poorly against Kawano. Again, despite what the numbers say, of course, Kawano was taking it down 3-2. But specifically, Lashar, if you were looking at the matchup, there was no way he should have lost that. Like, to be fully transparent, two big errors, mismanaging his supers. That was kind of rough. But we'll see. Maybe Kawano has found the adjustments too. Like, we can't just bank on the fact that, you know, Kawano got lucky.
Yeah. Kawano says, I want to win the dirty games. Recognizing that he definitely got lucky in the previous match. Lashar said, I'll win. So cool. But you know what? This is one of those make or break moments, I feel like. Do you get your revenge? Or is this another, like, breaking point for you? Because as you mentioned, I mean, this was Lashar's game to win multiple times. For most people, that would affect them and break them. But you see the coaching from the team. Tokido come in to make sure that he is sound and stable, mentally ready to fight it out. And honestly, Lashar, I feel like it's good for him to have this moment now, especially earlier in this grand finale than later on, obviously, for points. But also for, if it does break him, he has more time to kind of adjust and reassess things and get back into business. Maybe he is ready. Maybe I think if he's being set up, he feels like he's ready. And for him, maybe it's a matter of, I want my revenge. I'm going to do it right this time. I'm going to manage my bar better. I know how to be effective against Kawano, the proper ranges and stuff like that. Where to drive rush. I feel like we could be seeing now the birth of a demon.
I would hope so. This is the time to really stay focused, right? To keep that mental intact. But it's very difficult too. It is like somewhat of a tall order. But honestly, like Lashar, of all people, he is easily capable of doing all that, plus extra. But we'll see, man. This is a very, very pivotal moment within the timeline. I think if Good 8 Squad manages to get away with a full sweep, that makes them that brings them that much closer to the championship, or at least the title of Japan's best players, Japan's champs. Man, talking is hard today, I'll tell you what.
It's just the electricity with all these matches coming through, and every match took my heart pound. Even during the break, I was like, let's just get back into it, please. I need to watch these matches, be a part of this action. I feel you, brother. And as it's getting later and later, it doesn't feel like it at all, because everything has been so exciting, so eye-pinning to the screen. And as you mentioned, there's a lot riding on this, not only for the current point system, but also do not want to let the other team get that lead closer and closer to that championship. To fight the US and EU teams, closer and closer for them becoming another champion of Street Fighter League Japan. Lashar stands in Good 8's way, looking for revenge. The run back, the lick back starts right now. Build out.
Crazy. lot of aggression with the fireballs coming out from Kawano. Lashar doing his best to try to perfect parry some of them to mitigate some of the damage to the drive gauge, but hasn't really been fully successful. And Kawano, you know what, he's going to keep riding out that tactic. He's done a couple of hits thus far. Trying to drive rush his way in, knocking on the door a little bit. Lashar wants the defense like the perfect parry against the string that led into the fireball. The knockdown as well. Important tech resetting the space. Kawano, what are you going to do about it? Lashar is starting to encroach onto your territory. The big snipe out off of the crouching medium. Full drive rush combo. In fact, full aggression now from Lashar to punish counter. Back-to-back throws. The third one will do it as well. But Kawano micro step forward to get a back throw now. Huge, huge tide turn.
It's a burnout though. Trying to go for the back throw to switch up and harass him up in the corner. Did not get what he wanted. He's like, level 2's coming through. Chipping away the flicker. ODP right after. Nothing you can really do but take all that chip. It's going to be at Lashar. Confident with the walk up, with the fireballs, holding his ground as much as possible, standing on business with those perfect parries. We saw that at the very end of the match last time they fought. He's really good at the tempo. Now runs the ODP.
Didn't get the option to select, or at least the coverage to stop Kawano from jumping around. And now it's going to be Kawano being able to dictate again with the fireballs. But I think, you know, that option's already been solved, right? I feel like that mystery's already been figured out on the side of Kawano. What do you do to keep him from swinging? Throw.
It's a fireball, no big deal though. Drive rush, normal throw. Fireball right after. It's been fireball, fireball. The approach after that with a drive rush. This time just a raw drive rush. We no tap parry. Overhead. Blastings from above. And periods in. Switcher bar. Stays one in the pocket.
Very well done from the side of Kawano. That was mad delayed towards that tail end of that drive rush into the overhead. Kawano very, very sneaky with that. Tried to do it again. Lashar showing no remorse afterwards. Again, now we're chilling on the west side into the corner. The back dash off of the throw. That was a read and a half from the side of Kawano against Lashar. But Lashar still hanging out within mid-range.
With the poke back against these fireballs preemptively. The dive kick nice and low with it. Drive rush throw.
Jesus. Plus as hell.
He's able to get right back in. It's insane. Yeah. It's the spacing perfectly. The fireballs are setting up for that as well. Can't jump in for free and out against Lashar at that distance, brother. You're just asking if DP will fall for level 2 right after. And Yoki off the kill rush. Lets the ODP rip so hard to read what Kawano wants to do on wake up. Drop gate's so good though.
Kind of hard to guess for those defensive choices. Kawano gets blown up for it. And of everything he could have done, he went for the throw. He did have a bar to his name, but either way, Lashar backdash. I don't think any sort of OD uppercut would have reached from the side of Akuma from that range. Not too sure. But Lashar calling it right thus far. It's the first game.
Nope. Do that. He was there. He was aware. Seen that against when he fought NL and Shoot though. Can't leave for free on this character. Not someone like Lashar either. And that space again, the flicker. You'll take that trade. He's in. He'll lead the play with drive rush jab. It was a fireball. He saw the hands charge up. Ready.
Huh?
You better finish your plate. What happened to you? Got a big lead.
Trying to greed?
This is Akuma.
It definitely felt like he was trying to greed with a throw. I think he was trying to get a little bit more meter, but either way, mission accomplished. a little bit scary, but he got it done. Or at least what he wanted to do.
Stand by, keep looking after it. Tried that skip version, could have been great. Just throw right after. More buttons here from the side of Kawano. Bring that snap kick every so often. Find like bigger buttons. It's just the catching the walkbacks or him standing. This crouching media punch are landing from the side of Lashar. Meaty stand, medium kick.
Level 3, bang. A lot of scaling involved too. You gotta be lit, right? Sure is.
Excellent.
Ooh, nice and easy. Although, if Lashar whipped out an OD uppercut, I would have been floored.
Second noise complaint. Nice buffer though with crouching medium punch, gets the drive rush right after. Back dash these throws on both sides. It's gonna be punched in the half, but you have to confirm. Closer to the corner where you don't want to be. We see a lot of harassment with fireballs. The bigger button trying to go for the throw again. The ODDP is there.
That was sick. No way! That was a good way to test Lashar's defense. That's something that hasn't really been shown off either. Normal canceled into OD fireball. I think that was a stand jab, if I'm not mistaken. Stand jab, OD fireball to check the button press from Lashar. That was absolutely brilliant. Excuse me.
Usually we see like drive rush, like jab and a throw. We saw that in the previous set. This time we switched up to drive rush, OD fireball. And usually they're gonna go for that. It's like crouch fierce, nice drive impact, reads, and gets a good amount of distance off the heavy kick Tatsu. Back throw, switch it up, kidney killer. Anti-air, cycle upper, nice and meaty with it. Gets a follow up, the cycle blitz. Take the throw. Can't take too much more though. 9K help.
Lashar just walking in front. Getting the drive gauge. No way! Level 2! Lashar thought he had enough space to possibly throw out the fireball and enforce more chip damage, but no, sir. Kawano threading the needle with that.
Between the cap and the periods in. It's various with that bar at the bottom. Waiting for level 3. Oh, I tried to short with the fireball. Flipping over too fast on the draw. Gets the knockdown off the kill. Rush. This is like a hit back heavy kick. Probably gonna jump back or dash back. Didn't happen. So that's a back throw from Lashar.
That walk speed is just so important here in this match. Kawano trying to hover around the ranges, but Lashar can keep it up. Toe to toe. Back throw. Okay, I was gonna say he was trying to encroach the space and test out the waters with the fireball initially, but Lashar, there's no stoppage. And once he sets his sights on where you're at on the screen, he knows exactly when to push button. He has been really measuring it out. You get the rib crusher, back row.
It's not going to go for any sort of DP, not at that distance. The dash underneath, reassess and realign. Warfierce tries to take his turn right after the wall sweep off the feet, brings out the ODDP. Admin fist starter, heavy kick Tatsu. They spin the bar, he doesn't need to. Lashar's already burned out the drive impact. Charge up as much bar as possible with the walk up. OD admin fist. DP level 3 is all he needs is the B. Sip this and periods in.
Not gonna drop nada on that one. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the previous anchor battle between these two. Kawano setting the tone 2-1 against Lashar yet again.
Once again, 20 points on their name right now. Race to 90. Perfect parry on the drive rush up. Are you kidding me? A man is awake. Anything that comes this way, Kawano. Fantastics are already getting a lot of corner carry. It's not about that damage. That positional advantage, dealing with that initiation. Back in the corner with you. Set up, throw right after.
Let's do it again. Cover it, yep. Coverage of the throw, coverage of the throws, into the jumps, etc. Covering every option. That's Kawano all over it. Looking at match points, starting things off with a perfect and not too far behind in terms of the meter. He had built up just enough resources to bring under one bar, kind of tip the tat against Lashar and his resources, but now Kawano letting it rip yet again towards the corner. Lashar finally fighting back. Oh, the uppercut. I don't think so. Kawano, he's willing to take the risk. Past the fireball, this is the punish counter. We got Lashar trying to enforce a throw. Kawano with a very important tech. Back away now, or so we thought.
More Fierce. It's nothing but a fist to that face with that stand Fierce right there. Those jabs, trying to drive rush up. Gets denied. Plus range, the throw. Before fireball or drive rush. Yeah, the fireball. Gets the counter. Commit to the OD at the EP. It would have been a dangerous proposition right there. But Shaw that stays alive for a little longer. Good call out on the fireball right after. Round start. Better off for Kawano, doesn't matter. No dashes up. The fadeaway. The finesse and blast. Oh my god. And the kick Tatsu. One more interaction. Hit the drive gauge. Baits out the OD. You know what's coming on the tip of Calamity. It's a big gulp and a big amount of points. Kawano takes another W against the Shar. I get it. I understand it now.
And that was way more confident, way more satisfying to see. It wasn't a drop, it wasn't some mishap on the executional side of things. Lashar had fallen victim to Kawano in fashion of a double perfect. I'm loving this exhibition of power coming in from the side of Kawano. The dominance thus far has been astounding. Good 8 squad with a 40-baller. Going into the switch up, going in, they just need one more game, and they are allowed to counter pick going into the next set of matches. Can you believe it? There is no way for Good 8 squad to fumble this bag at this point. There is absolutely no reason to. Absolutely no reason to. But there is a possibility. There is a possibility. This is where it gets dicey.
2度目の対決。取っている。このヤーマンキースライサー入って大きなダメージになる。これは届くでしょう。そっちはドライブが。インパクト打ってきた。あっとこれは割り込めない。2つ。ちょっと待った。これはガウしてる。さあゲージが。さあから完走できるか。一本。さあから完走できるか。一本。苦しみながらも勝ち取った10ポイント。決戦合宿の指導対するは時々行ってみましょう。ですね試合を進むインパクトそのまま横から貫いた。そしてしっかりそれを見ていた。
逃げるところを積んだっすかね、さすがに。
削りもある。挟み込んだ形。ワンタッチで。うわー、引っ掛けた。走り切れるか。一気にいった。引っ掛けた。走り切れるか。一気にいった。イーグルスパイクまで。勝ちます。先ほど2巡目と同じ組み合わせになったこの対象戦。そうですね。
いい判断です。
ただ削り切った。じわじわと体力を減らしている。うまい。ここに3ゲージがもう点灯する。インパクト。これが3。
これリーサルか。
さあどうだ。リーサルだ。これは届くのか。ヒールダメージ。もうワンタッチで終わるか。
ガードしている。
している。できている。カワドの号機が。できている。カワドの号機が。カワドの号機が。2回目下して。大将戦2連勝。お待たせいたしました。ここからはホームアウェイを入れ替えての4巡目をお届けしてまいります。亀子さん、はい、とんでもないことになりましたね、3巡目。
Well, I think what Vicious was trying to say is that it is coming down to the nitty-gritty at this point, as a Good 8 squad has 80 points. They only need one match for victory here. This could be the final set of matches. All it takes is one first to two, one first to three, no matter what it be. And guess what? They're on the home side. It gives them a advantage here. So, as mentioned previously, there's no way you fumble the bag. Like, right? Like Good 8 squad, there's no way. Like, there's no possible way that this happens. Now, we say that, and it could be that reject just comes back from the break, but they have to be picture perfect all the way through. Every single match needs to be a victory here for reject to not only stay in the game, but also win. We'll see if that happens. I'm going to say Cole, I'm doing vicious. We'll get things sorted on his side of things real soon here. But man, Lashar is taking it. Just taking this. Oh, I got here a laugh here. Back,
can you hear me? I wanted to make sure. Yeah, everything's good. Yeah, everything's great, I think. Cool. I was about to say, we're pretty much mere moments away from crowning a champion. It is really dependent on Yogibo Reject, but as you had said it's going to be so difficult being on the away side, right? Being open to the counter pick. We talked about this before the break. Lashar no longer in the anchor position. They're banking on Akira. That is going to be so difficult to manage. This guy, he's been working overtime. He's been working under pressure like crazy. Is he going to be enough of a force to stop Good 8 Squad from just one victory? That is insane, by the way. That is a lot of pressure on the young man.
That's a lot. Looks like Pugera is coming up again. He's looking to square this away and finish it for his team. I think he's getting a better read on what Akira wants to do. We saw last time in terms of his defensive decisions. And honestly, if he cleans up those level 2s and some of his confirms, this could be a quick game for them. And as you mentioned, all the weight is on every person, every match for Reject. For Akira, if that happens, if Akira is able to win and stay in, their team stays in, then you set up, I feel like you set up Toronto at that point. I feel like that's a demon for Lashar. You scare this man. We can have nightmares for years. But, man, Pugera up again. I feel like he's starting to understand what to do against Cammy. But Akira says, we're close to losing. We pick the order we can win most with.
They really need to open up the floodgates with just one minimum, right? I think the opening gambit of Akira is truly one for the books. I feel like it's hard to even justify the use of either of the Dawsons for either team. I get that.
Yeah.
But it's also extremely risky to send out Takedo first or Lashar. So this is such a tough decision, man. This is such a hard decision to make for Yogibo Reject, truly. As much as I have enjoyed the progression of Akira and his development of his style and his character, this is too much, man. Like, Pugera, he might be able to do it again, but I also think Akira might be playing out of his mind on this one, and he needs to play really outside the box and really play something crazy to defend against the big dogs at his Good 8 Squad.
It's wild because I feel like that style, that wild style, is definitely necessary here. And he also has to know when to hold back a little bit. The style where he was like pressuring continuously and had the advantage, and then he let the ODDPs rip, I feel like that was like when he was really in his bag. And he really needs to establish more of that dive kick game. I feel like you need to be fearful of that aerial approach for the DJ to be able to get that back heavy kick, that slide, that crouch fierce at the proper distance on a whiff dive kick to be an issue. You know, obviously it's been hard to afford that because it feels like as soon as the round starts, Pugera gets in, he does like 40-50%, and he kills you in the next interaction. You know, the big boy damage is there still for DJ. Pugera himself even said, I'm really happy to match up with Akira on the stage. I'll be on my desk to become a champion with my win.
You know, if Yogibo Reject manages to take it down over Good 8 Squad, you know that sets us up for a very, very interesting Street Fighter League World Championships, right? Then you actually have the EU team with Big Bird and Angry Bird having to face off against their current teammates. That would be kind of wild, but we'll see if that timeline even comes to fruition. It's game time, baby! We've got Good 8 Squad and Yogibo Reject in what might just be the championship match. Pugera, Akira, here we go.
Weapon DJ, doing a lot of work. Nice jump and target combo, the power arrow for the Oki. Drive rush to fake him out, but he's not biting. Fireball play here from Pugera, I like that. Let's suck her out. Whips to stay in medium. More pressure up with the corner incoming.
It's a stack out the air approach. Big punish counter off of the crouching medium punch. Such a potent button to swing with. Wake up, medium kick.
Wow. This guy's different. It still snipes him out again. Yeah, this guy is like, he woke up crouching medium kick to catch a possible shipping attempt, and it still worked out.
Oh, that was so fast too. Throwing out the roundhouse in the air, allowing it to whiff too, and still immediately going into low medium kick. Akira is playing something nasty.
Get the meaty back medium. Crouch medium kick still finds its mark. Get the bar at the bottom. DP level 3. Income. You see the flip of the hair? Oh, Akira feeling it right now.
Not quite dead yet. We got one more sequence. And it's a throw! The command grab! Off of the hooligan sequencing. I love that. Now for a later date. We'll see.
Yeah.
We got Akira up one game already with the aggression. Already dive kick to start things off back-to-back throws now. 2.
Back throw?
There you go. Now,
instead.
that's what I was waiting for the whole time after a sequence like that. Big whiff punish on the roundhouse coming in. Punish counter, spending the level 1, draining away the drive gauge perfectly. Damn! You went for the spiral arrow anyway? I appreciate that. Nope, not clear for takeoff. Gara, he was on the hunt. What a way to thread the needle. What the hell was that?
What? DP the DP of the OD. It worked out. Back dash again. Before throw. Try rushing with a jab. Be able to seal this with the crouching medium punch from Gara. Despite a very weird, awkward moment. Like a business that had to be on purpose.
I assume so.
We'll get it later.
But what a call out, dude. That was crazy that happened. Anyways.
Fireball, drive rush medium, the trade. Better off for Bulgara. Trade again. One more hit to be the win right now for Bulgara. Hunting for it, looking for maybe
a hit and a half. It would have to be maybe like a heavy level 3. You can't do that in front of him. This is gonna be so significant. You could get a mix. And he does! The mix is drive impact! Bulgara thought he had enough in the tank to stave it off. Akira looking at match point. The big interruption against the drive rush already. Spiral arrow, bring him to the corner.
Goes up the corner, but not for long.
Oh, this is huge.
DP gets some distance. Drive rush with the medium. Interrupts the spin knuckle. Strike throw. He goes for the throw this time. It's a back throw. Fake out. Yeah. Put some more fake stuff in there in the anti-air super. Raw damage incoming. And all the hits land right here.
Oh, okay. Never mind. That was just too raw. My mistake. Uh-oh. Oh. Nice and easy, containing the pressure and also keeping it alive. Just backing away, standing medium kick for the nice and easy punish counter. Didn't need to commit with anything crazy like that. Akira immediately out the seat to congregate with his teammates. He wasn't doing too poorly, I will say this. That read also against the OD uppercut was crazy. The OD jackknife against DJ with his own uppercut was crazy. What a call out. I want to look specifically at that DP. How many frames of invulnerability does he actually have? Because that is crazy, bro.
What? Especially with what's on the line, to do that, to try just, I guess, stave away any sort of like, you know, I guess it's to deal with the ODDP on the wake up, but it's just an insane thing to do considering what's on the line right now. That man's got the tech.
I'm more surprised that the OD up kicks didn't have that much invincibility behind it, genuinely. I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, you're looking at something that's fully invincible between like frames 1 through 11, right? That is like a good amount of time. As for like Akira though, I have no idea how that outlasted the uppercut. Like, looking at heavy DP from the side of Akira, whether he holds it or not, like you're looking at invincible frames between 1 to like 6 to 1 to 7, like depending. I didn't actually see if he held down heavy DP or not, but the regular DP is like you have invincible frames against airborne attacks from 1 to 8. So I am genuinely perplexed as to what the hell just happened on that. Somebody needs to like clip that for me eventually.
Able to do so in the next 2 games. Again, you have Tokido backing you up in the wings, who has been no stranger to the danger of clutch scenarios. Again, gonna pin that for a little bit later, as we are gonna get into this possible final set. Get Akira. This is a make or break moment for him too as well. A man that wears his emotions on his sleeve, and it helps him. It's been helping him this season. It has to take it to the lead right now. Pugera's been trying to contain this cat. Either way, Pugera, Akira, give it a better start.
Man, Akira has been revving on all cylinders. I will say this, he is going against Pugera in his offense too. +2, no buttons, no nothing, no challenge from either end, really.
Scare that DP. He understands what Akira likes to do. Perfect parry on the drive rush. Punish right after. Something burnout. The DP, the bust out, both at burnout. He's got the bar, the fireballs. Your fireball game better be pristine. Oh man, swinging everything, gets the sweep on the feet, and the beating fireball.
Round 2. Fight.
So close. One more for Pugera, sitting on 2 bars, by the way. A single hit confirmed could lead to a lot of damage, and also a lot of carry from the side of Pugera, but Akira's not gonna let that happen, or at least so I thought. Back throw? No, OD uppercut in that situation. +2 for DJ, but he's not afraid to press buttons, speaking of which. Akira going all in again, the drive rush benefiting Pugera. Great block on the overhead. No drive rush.
A button. Yeah, way more, drive rush throw. Look at the bar at the bottom, Vicious. Look at the bar at the bottom, Vicious. Crouch fears, stand fears. The machine gun upper is a deader, and that's good 8-1 as your champions of Street Fighter League Japan 2024. They will move on to the finals against the US and the EU.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Good 8 squad taking down another Street Fighter League as your champions for Japan. They're going to be going off to the big dance in such a dominant fashion. 4 games straight, 4 sets straight to be specific towards the very end. Good 8 squad. Being crowned champions once more.
Oh my God, what a pick! Pugera on the DJ? If you would have told me, straight to my face, you came from the future and said, yo, Pugera gonna play DJ, he gonna shake everything up, I would have called you a liar. And I honestly thought Pugera, bring that character, was going to lead them in a Kawano-like situation like we saw in Street Fighter V. It did not come to pass. His team believed in him. They got that DJ ready and prepped and prepared. And even before this, the Kawano, being able to stay solid in a scramble scenario and then get better in that matchup. Incredible from Good 8 squad. Yogibo reach out, they had this weapon of the Kami. They had such a dominance in their division of the league. But Good 8 squad, above all, rises above all and moves on to the World Championship with the US and EU squads. Oh my God. My heart can't take it,
The emotions are starting
brother.
to set in.
Oh.
The emotions are starting to set in from the side of the Yogibo reject camp. We had Lashar, hands on his head, Tokido sniffling a little bit, man, but that's just how it goes in the realm of competition, man. There's only one winner at the end of the day, and it's Good 8 squad coming out as the top dogs of this season.
いや嬉しいですすいませんまずほんまにありがとうございます今回ぶつさんゆうくんかおめでとうございます
The interviews of Gotcha-kun and all the players.
僕らおめでとうございます
Obviously, he's really happy.
いや嬉しいです
And, as he should be.
ありがとうございます。もう本当に今の率直なね、気持ちは嬉しいでいっぱいであると。
そうですね。もうまさに本当に嬉しいからこそ出てくる言葉が嬉しいです。
The honest hero coming through for a squad, leading them to victory.
そして他の選
She
手の
plays been
皆様には
insane.
表彰式にて
The way he's able to navigate matchups that weren't so fun for him, like Kami.
よろしくお願いいたします。
He says he's really happy. He's really thanking his team. He's just so happy.
はい。終わってみれば90対40
I just, just to see how they
said from like the rest of the team. Genuinely. Like, I mean,
3巡目
we're gonna get that sorted out in just a bit. But I mean, you might as well continue your point now because.
Sorry, incredible to see him lead this team to the victory. His team just overall doing well in matchups that weren't so good, and in the matchups that they were so good, having different looks, different ideas, which typically Yogibo Reject would be good at. You can tell that he took his team, and they all did their studies on the side to beat champions, to be ready for anything that came their way on the away and home side. They started on the home side, or the away side, excuse me. They started on the away side, went to the home side, went to the away side again. And for them to go back and forth and still be so stable. Man,
and there weren't a lot of big changes in terms of the synergy, like looking at who faced off against who towards the end. I think like Yogibo Reject had stuck out with the same three primarily to face off against like good 8 squad. I get that, but throughout the entirety of it, it's always been like Gachikun versus Tokido, Pugera versus Akira, Kawano versus Lashar. I feel like that was the intention from both ends. Right? Yogibo Reject had started off with their first plan of putting Gachikun against Akira. As soon as that play had failed, then they made that very integral shift towards switching up those matchups and starting to accumulate points afterwards. But you can see how close that it was even without that switch up, right? All because of Lashar. Seeing Lashar not able to clutch out these pivotal anchor matches 2 times straight over, that is something that is unprecedented. That is something that nobody would have seen coming. On top of the big surprise of Pugera playing DJ, I did not think Lashar would fall short that way against Kawano, specifically against the Akuma matchup, because of how much he's been improving in that matchup and dominating that specific matchup.
I think him being so dominant, painted a kind of a target on the back. They talked about how he is so hard to understand, and when you see someone like Punk and Mena and how other players from other regions are like, look at these top level players when they're at the apex of their game, they're like, we have to figure out a way to fight them, right? So that strategy of them fighting and sending out someone like Kawano, who's hard to read on defense with a good fireball pressure. Honestly, Kawano's fireball game has been more than I've ever seen it than today. I feel like his fireball game is actually insane. He didn't really have that before. Oh Lord.
This is rough, man, but hey, now 2 million yen to their pockets, and we're going to be seeing some of these players continue on into Capcom Cup. You still got to be proud with your performance. You got to be proud of your teammates overall as much as possible.
And for a few of these players, they're still in the CPT finale on the singles. So Tokido, Lashar still have a chance to, you know, acquire that million, or a chance to acquire the million, I should say, and do some work out there.
Yeah, literally just mentioned Tokido, or at least some of the players being able to continue on into the cup. But unfortunately for Akira and Torimeshi, it is the end of their journey, at least for now. But big ups to Ms. Yukiko Yoshino, the prize presenter, coming in and representing Taiyo Holdings. This is honestly like the most we could ever really ask for. We are going to get a couple of awards, I believe. I would hope so from like the captain, but you could see the emotions already running down all over Akira. Ah, okay, so we are going to go right into it. I mean, we got the COO coming out, Mr. Sugimoto himself, giving the rest of the prizes to the captain. This is truly a spectacle. I gotta say, man, Tokido so well deserving of so many of the big accomplishments that he's achieved as an individual, and also with his teams. What else can really be said, man? This is, in my opinion, in multiple opinions, this was the team to take it all the way.
Yeah. Good squad not having what they had last year. The dominance of what Yogibo Reject brought to the table for Street Fighter League. How everybody feared multiple people on this team, inside and outside the league. It definitely made sense for them to take it all the way, but that allowed Great Squad to confer and prepare even more so, it feels like, because they were that dominant. So we are getting some words from Tokido here. Man, it is so hard to see Akira and the rest so down. They played so well. As you mentioned, only one can move on, man. That's how it is.
この日のためにチームメイト全員、チームメイトだけじゃなくて本当にヨギボーリジェクトのチーム、スタッフ全員がもうベストに近い形で、てかベストを尽くして臨んだんですが、まあ今回は本当にね対戦相手のグッドエイトスクワット強かったです。また精進して手直していきます。ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。
続きましてアキラ選手お願いします。
はい、まあ非常に悔しい結果になってしまいました。まあ今日まで、先ほど武さんも言われたんですけど、チームメイト、ヨギボーリジェクト含め非常に支えていただいて、自分がサラリーマンを辞めて専業プロゲーマーになるきっかけをもらえたチームではあるんで、本当に恩返しはしたかったんですけど、この形になってしまってちょっと申し訳なく思います。応援していただいている皆様にもちょっとこの結果になってしまって申し訳ないですし、やっぱり何より今日まで支えてくれたチームメイト、特にやっぱり今日まで本当にレシャーがずっと大将で出て踏ん張ってくれて、それを自分の方で支えることができなかったっていうのはちょっと責任に感じている部分があるので、自分も精進していきたいと思います。本当グッドエイトスクワットの皆さんおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。続きまして鳥目選手お願いします。
はい、今回自分の出番はなかったんですが、本当にプレーオフ終わってから毎日のように練習し、毎日のように本当に練習して今日まで来たんですが、ちょっと素晴らしい本当にリジェクトいいチームだったんですが、本当に試合内容も本当に素晴らしくて、もうどっちも勝っても分かんないぐらいだったんですが、残念ながら負けてしまい、自分のリーグも今季で終わりだなって思ったんですけども、本当にストリートファイター6自体は本当に素晴らしいゲームで、もう自分はリーグ抜きでも本当に毎日のように遊びたいゲームだと思っているので、もうまた明日からも自分はもっともっと練習して、もっと本当に練習して活躍できるよう頑張っていきたいと思います。本当に勝ったグッドエイトスクワットの皆様おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。お疲れ様でした。続きましてレシャー選手お願いします。
はい、いやちょっと、有名が終わりましたね。僕の本当に僕が弱くてごめんなさい。本当にこういうちょっとなんか機会を上げた時戸さんと、リジェクトチーム皆さんと、応援してくれたぜひ皆さん本当にありがたいです。本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。本当にお疲れ様でした。では最後にリーダー時戸選手、応援してくれたファンの皆さんに一言お願いします。
We do have those translations coming in, but we still got the final words from Tokido.
はい、今年ね、本当に長い期間だったと思います。本当に我々がこうしてね、ゲームを皆様の前でプレーできているのも本当にね、皆様の温かいご声援、ご支援のおかげなので、本当に、月並みな言葉になりますが、ありがとうございます。で、必ずやまた戻ってきて、次こそ勝ちます。
ありがとうございます。ヨギボーリジェクトの皆さん、準優勝おめでとうございます。
A lot of heartfelt emotion from the entirety of the team all across the board, man. Tokido and the rest, you know, Tokido talked about how much they've practiced together, all the help they've got from each other, the supporters. Couldn't get to where they wanted to, but they're still trying to strive for greatness. Akira also with a lot of emotion coming into it. Obviously, he really wanted to get that W today, and it was the first team. Reject has been the real big squad that's allowed him to pursue professional Street Fighter, right? So it's just unfortunate that they happen to run into a very, very strong team. Torimeshi kind of saying his piece, how he wasn't able to necessarily help the team today, but he really loves the game. And without the league, he wouldn't be able to play as much as he would like to, right? So he wants to do better for next season. And Bashar, man, his words towards the end saying that he was really weak today and he was really apologetic towards the team, the fans, and the staff. And you could really, really hear it. But he obviously shows his gratitude towards all the people that supported him and the team. Of course, we had the final words from Tokido. It was a long and arduous league, but they were able to play so well because of the amount of support they've had from the fans. So he essentially tried to make a promise and say that they will come back to this exact spot next time they will become the champions.
No doubt they'll come back stronger. You see that emotional support. As soon as the players say that they are maybe not giving enough to the fans immediately cheering for them. Nothing short of incredible. Here are your champions, Good 8 squad, the lion's share, the prize pool, and now moving on to fight the US and EU squads. Just a few weeks, Capcom Cup finals. Oh my gosh. It is so emotional to hear not only the fan support, the players, how much it means to them. You can see it in their faces, the winners and the losers for all of this. We saw the regulation play, we saw it in the playoffs, seeing it here. Good 8 squad, they've been here before. It's familiar to them. After not having the season they wanted to in the first season, wasn't even able to make it to that second part of the season. They found the characters that they needed. They found the cohesion with their team that they needed to as well. And the way to play Street Fighter 6 their own way. No matter what the matchups were in front of them, took that success and rode with it. Gotcha-kun, honest hero, taking the award, first place. Well deserved for this team.
そしてストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2024出場権も贈られます。おめでとうございます。
It's a ticket to the World Championship. That's so cool.
そして目録と合わせて記念撮影を行います。カメラの方へ皆さん目線をお願いします。
Every single one of those guys. I love how YHC Mochi just like slid his way on in there for the photo opportunity. But what a squad. Thoroughly well-rounded. All of them very hard workers, being able to watch all of their streams. Granted, we didn't necessarily get to see like the illustrious YHC Mochi perform in the grand final spot, but he definitely pulled his weight throughout the season and was such a pivotal part for the other matches that had transpired throughout the season. So this is going to be a very, very exciting time to see the World Championship yet again. Now with a different squad from Japan.
Maybe we'll see a little bit more of YHC Mochi the championship. I'm sure they also give that support in terms of like what they do and things like that. All of them pulled their weight throughout the league, regulation play, the playoffs, in their own ways. They would advance it. That again is well deserved. As while they weren't the highest scoring team out of the two, they're definitely the most dominant out here. That 90-40. Yo, he looks clean in that suit, bro. Shine.
I wonder if that's the. I wonder if that happens to be like an MVP award as well. I don't know if that necessarily was given out. Okay, the season MVP, I'd imagine should be given up pretty soon, but I'd imagine it has to round down to who's accumulated the most W's for today in the grand finals. Honestly, I think Kawano might be the MVP because he went undefeated, right? He has to be the MVP.
It's critical in terms of getting those 2 W's. One obviously by accident, but the second one was definitely well earned. And he said, at least by the way he played, want to leave nothing to chance in terms of how he performed.
Yeah, he got 3. Yeah, I knew it. Kawano is your season MVP. He started things off strong with the big 2-0 against Tokido. Clutched it out over the Shard, 3-2, and then again stomped it out in a very much so dominating fashion towards the second roundabout in the anchor spot specific 3-1. Absolutely wild.
Pivotal part of this finale. The one who set up for success for his entire team. W deserves the MVP award through and through. Kawano, and winning it, or assisting winning it for his team, but also W well deserved in terms of getting that MVP award. What a glow up too. Went from Modern Luke in the first season, dabbling in Classic, and then got Akuma, but really found a way to play Akuma his way. Not too much with the dive kicks, good fireball pressure, took the stand-like kick drive burst that we also like to talk about so much, but made it his own. He's really good and really confident when he plays that character. Dangerous threat.
さんご自身でお持ちになることが難しければチームメイトの方もフォローしてあげてください。副賞の方もパネルがございます。こちらもお受け取りお願いします。おめでとうございます。
Damn, that is a lot. My man got hella money for that. I didn't even know the awards granted that much more towards the end of it, but another decent amount of money to go to Yakiniku for him and the squad. I'll tell you what, man, the recipient of the MVP, Kawano, well deserving of it, to be honest with you. Really came out super clutch in comparison to the last time we had seen him on the grand stage for Street Fighter League Championship. I mean, we've seen the turmoil that he's been through time and time again. But I'm glad it actually ended up being a positive outcome for the scene.
In the official interview, the entirety of Good 8 squad. And I'm assuming he's thanking people for the support.
試合にすごい集中力をやっぱり持ってきたいなっていうので、勝った後負けた後のことは全然考えてなかった。やっぱこう優勝してまだこう夢みたいな感じ、現実じゃないなみたいな感じがやっぱ今すごいあって、やっぱなんでかっていうとその。相手にその、リジェクトが今回相手ですごい2週間ぐらいかな、2、3週間ぐらい結構チームで集まったりして、合宿みたいな感じですごい練習をしてる中で結構どんどんこうチームリジェクトのこうなんか存在がすごい大きくなってって、もうほんまこうラスボスみたいな感じになっとったんで、すごい今日戦うまで怖かったんですけど、蓋開けてみればちゃんと勝てて、で用意してきたもんもちゃんと出せて勝てたんで、すごいほっと一安心という感じです今は。
今回この半年間通常節もありましたが、今年のシーズンは振り返ってみてガチ君選手の中ではいかがですか？
やっぱ去年、おととし、僕らがファーストで落ちた時、やっぱその、グッパチのファンの方にすごい申し訳ないなと思いつつ、次のリーグではちゃんと勝ちたいなと思っとった中で、今年こうしっかりまたここまで上がってきて、やっぱ日本のストリートファイターリーグにはグッドイットスクワットありっていうのを改めて知らしめれたかなっていうのは僕すごい今回思ったので、それは非常に嬉しいなとやっぱ思ってますね。
ありがとうございます。本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
では続いて川野選手お願いします。
はい、まずは応援してくださったファンの方々、そして何よりスパーリング、練習してくれた人たちに感謝を述べたいなと思います。ありがとうございました。そうっすね、なんかよく、練習中ってすごくとにかく考えて頭を使うんですけど、今回久々にやっぱり、本番で試合で頭を使わないわけじゃないんですけど、なんか無心で勝手に体が動いてくれるようになってたっていうのがすごい個人的には嬉しかったですね。ストリートファイター6始まって初めての経験でした。なんやろ、優勝できたということで、このままね、今年自分カプコンカップ出場ならずだったんですけど、ワールドを優勝して、カプコンカップでさせていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
あと、全然関係ない私事なんですけど、結婚して2ヶ月前ぐらいに子供生まれたんで、ちょっとそっちもなんかいろいろ大変だったんですけど、良かったです。はい、ガキのミルク代稼げて良かったです。
おめでとうございます。川野選手、そのまま MVP 賞も今回受賞されたので、 MVP 賞受賞ということで、こちらのお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
いや、なんか最後美味しいとこ取りさせていただいたなという気持ちです。はい、でも嬉しいです。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございます。続いてプギラ選手お願いします。
はい、今日の試合でいうと、最初の方ちょっと自分が、思い通りの動きとは結構違う感じの試合展開をしてしまって、大将任せてもらったんですけど負けたり、ちょっとその後も続いたりして、チームメイトとかチームを応援してくださっているファンの方々にはちょっと心配させたと思うんですけど、そのチームメイトの試合とかを見て、そんななんかあれ悪かったこれ悪かったとか思っとる場合じゃないなっていう力をもらって、なんでしょうね、なんかチーム戦なんで本当にそういうところから勢いをもらうのも大事な、チームで戦う上で大事な要素だなと改めて思って、乗っかる感じで少しずつ、本来の動きに近づけて、それでもなんか SA2 はすごく難しく感じたんですけどで、そうですね、今回は DJ を1本で使って、試合することをもう最初から決めてたんですけど、最初からというか今日の時点で決めてたんですけど、なんか去年あんまり自分が選んだキャラクターとか考えたことでうまくいかない時期とかが、SFL を中心にあったりして、で、ゲームのことをいろいろキャラクターを使ったりいろいろ吟味したりして見てくれてる人的にはやっぱりちょっとキャラクターをこう迷走してるようにも見えて心配をかけたかなと思うんですけど、そういうのが全部あったからプレーオフとか今日とかその時の知識とか考えを生かせて今日があるって思ってるので、結果として最終的にこうしてまず一つ優勝をつかみ取れて そういうのも全部成功までの途中にできたんじゃないかなと思って、今は胸を張って、ファンの方々にお礼が言えます。応援ありがとうございました。
素敵なコメントありがとうございます。そして YHC もち選手お願いします。
はい、今回はちょっと出番がなかったんですけれども、今回のグランドファイナルの自分の役割としては、これは鳥飯選手も一緒だと思うんですけれども、その相手にダルシムが出た時に絶対勝てるようにしておくっていうのが、必須だと思いまして、チームメイトとも、ダルシム、自分が使って、ダルシムがこうでこうでっていうのを話しながらやって、結果的に抑止力となったのかなというふうな感じがします。3人練習めちゃくちゃやってるっていうのが、分かってましたので、それが実って、非常に嬉しく思っています。今後も、次ワールドありますので、まだ、ゲームが楽しくできるぞという、気持ちがありますので、ゲームは楽しくやっていくものだと思っていますので、今後も応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。おめでとうございます。
A lot going on in these interviews, so we're just going to speed right through them. Thank you so much for the support since got you able to win the league. They've been practicing for reject after the playoffs. They were scared of the team. They were too strong, but luckily they were able to win today. Last season's results were really horrible, so they wanted to make this season the one of revenge. They're really happy to do so. Kawano, just thank you to all the fans and the team and also the players who practice with them, is able to get into the zone, to have to think too much. And actually married 2 months ago, and they have a baby. Really happy to be able to get some money for the baby, which is actually insane. I had no idea. Congrats, Kawano. To say, happy baby right there when I see him at Capcom Cup. Bugera says, I couldn't do well in the first part today. It made everybody worry. Look at the teammates playing, though. They will stop and think about how bad things were. Determined to play DJ all along, and would think that everyone was worrying about you changing to too many characters, but it worked out today. Relieved he was able to get the result that he did. Why Shimochi says was able to play today. My role today was to be able to tell the teammates about Golsim when we happen to match up. Really fun game. We'll keep playing.
自分の中で、DJ だと、エドにも嫌な顔をさせられて、でキャミー、あとダルシメですねに結構今ならいい戦い方ができるんじゃないかなっていうのを思ってプレーオフが終わった日から、練習してみて、他のキャラクターも同時進行でずっとやってはいたんですけど、最終的に一本でいこうっていうふうに、1月の途中ぐらいで決めて、今日まで来たっていう感じですね。
なるほど。プレーオフの時はこのフードのエドに対してジュリをね出したっていうところで。
出してないです。
出してない。
フードさんから来てます。
あ、そうか。確かに。怒られてる。でも戦いではやっぱりそのエド戦のことは考えて多分ジュリだったんだろうなって個人的にはちょっと予想したんですけど。
そうですね。込み全体的に考えてだったので、プレーオフの時は、自分ら以外にも2チームいてどっちと当たるかわからない。でキャラクターもその分多かったり、純粋に違う例えば号機であったりっていうのがあって、その時考えたのはジュリーだっていう。
本当にこのグランドファイナルリジェクトに照準を合わせてのキャラ選択だったんですね。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。Rさんからはいかがでしょうか。
はい、そうですね。自分からも、川野選手に伺いたいなということがありまして、そのプレーオフまでに、それこそレシャー選手と、たくさん練習をしていたっていうのはご自身でもおっしゃっていたと思うんですけど、その時はやっぱり毎日のようにやられ続けていたというような意味合いのお話をされていたと思うんですが、今回はその状況を大きく覆した結果になったと思うんですけど、ご自身の中で何が変わったのかっていうものはありますかね。
本当に紙一重のとこではあったと思うんですけど、そこをもぎ取るという練習はやっぱしてきたつもりです。で、具体的な話をすると、やっぱり今回一番意識立ち回りでしたのは、これは剣戦もなんですけど、あんまり皆さん使ってないかな、中波動拳を やっぱりすごい意識してて、あれがなんかすごく機能してくれたなと思います。本当に細かいところなんで説明しづらいんですけど、なんかとにかくこの何ですか1ヶ月は波動拳についてずっと考えてた1ヶ月でしたね。はい、
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。それでは最後にですね、ガチ君選手リーダーから、ぜひ応援してくれたファンの皆さんに一言と、そして合わせてチームとしてワールドチャンピオンシップへ向けての意気込みをお願いします。
はい、改めましてですね、去年の雪辱を無事晴らすことができました。本当にその今日一日、そしてスパに付き合ってくれたプレイヤーの方、サポートしてくれた方全員本当に感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。本当に今日は一日応援ありがとうございました。で、次はワールドということで、さっきカーノが言ったように、その僕ら4人、グッパチは今年は CC に出るじゃなくて、やっぱその来年の CC がすごい目指したいし、勝ちたいしっていうのもあるんで、ワールドの相手が EU は決まったのかな、確か。ただアメリカが今週の末ぐらいに決まるということで、それが決まりだしたらまたしっかりこの練習を続けていこうかなっていうので、まだこの練習ができるのがすごい楽しみやなとは思ってます。はい、頑張ってきます。
ありがとうございます。ワールドチャンピオンシップでの活躍も期待
The
しており
first
ます。
question towards Bulgaria initially was about the order and the character selection. So the order was rather difficult for the team, and they needed to get multiple answers against the Shar's Ed, which makes a lot of sense. And that was the exact reason why Bulgaria played DJ, because he was thinking about it. He's able to cover so many other options against Cammy and Dalsim as well during his practice sessions. So he thought DJ would be the best bet. Then Kawano, the reason he was able to win against the Shar was that he was practicing with him during the season. And despite losing the entire time, he was using that practice to find a way to win against him. So it makes a lot of sense. Gachikun rounds it out with thanking everybody and obviously their goals of really making it towards Capcom Cup this year. So they're really happy to be able to do so and practice with this exact team. And now we do have a few more words from the COO of Capcom, Mr. Sugimoto-san.
まずは今シリーズにつきましてもリーグを盛り上げていただきました選手の皆様、またチームの皆様、関係者の皆様、そして何よりもファンの皆様、誠にありがとうございました。先日行われました日本 e スポーツアワード2024においてもですね、ストリートファイター6が e スポーツゲーム賞を受賞し、そしてストリートファイターリーグが e スポーツ大会賞を受賞いたしました。これもひとえに皆様おかげです。ありがとうございます。本日2024年シーズンのグランドファイナルを迎えましたが、ここからまた2025年シーズンに向けてキックオフを行ってまいります。早速ですが、来シーズンのストリートファイターリーグも今シーズンに引き続き全12チームを6チームずに分けて行う2デビジョン制に実施行います。皆さん、スクリーンをご覧ください。2025シーズンはこちらの12チームが参戦します。
What? Oh my God! A brand new team. 12 teams.
We got Zeta Division.
League Japan. Close back,
We got one of the biggest. We got one of the biggest esports teams in Japan participating in next year. We got Zeta Division joining the lineup. Are you kidding me? That is crazy. These guys have been the #1 esports team in Japan for the longest time in multiple esports titles. This is actually insane. If you guys are not in the know, like if you guys happen to not know who Zeta Division is, these guys happen to be they set the precedence for esports in Japan. This is actually insane that Zeta Division is joining Street Fighter League Japan. I actually cannot believe it. That is a ridiculous pickup. Dude, you have just given the opportunity of a lifetime to the potential players of that team to be a part of one of the most prestigious clubs, one of the most prestigious organizations in esports. I'm thoroughly floored. This is crazy. This is actually insane. Holy. Momochi-san! Wait a minute.
It's our boy.
Brother.
Some words from him.
On top of Street Fighter League Japan coming back, Veda Division? Huh?
シノビズムゲーミング代表取締役シノビズムゲーミングの、オーナーであります桃地祐介です。この度ですね、シノビズムゲーミング、ストリートファイターリーグから、退くということでお別れのご挨拶というこういった場を設けていただき誠にありがとうございます。そしてこれまで、応援していただいて皆さん本当にありがとうございます。シノビズムゲーミングとしてはですね、第1回からストリートファイターリーグに、参画させていただいておりますが、もともとは、小さいところからスタートしてます。10年前の2015年ですね、弟子企画ということで、弊社現在所属のジョニー、山口、そして今では別チーム最瞬間様に所属しております樋口選手の3名でスタートしました。活動の動機としては業界を盛り上げたいというのはもちろん、当時時代の変化などもありなかなか若いプレイヤーが減っておりまして、格闘ゲームですね、ストリートファイターに触る機会が減っているというように感じ、このままでは業界が先細りしてしまうんじゃないかなという危機感がありました。山口と樋口選手に関しては当時まだ中学2年生、14歳でした。こんな若い子たちがストリートファイター格闘ゲームに触ってくれるっていうのをすごく嬉しかったことを今でも昨日のことのように覚えてます。それが今ではね2人とも、ジョニーも含め業界を代表するような素晴らしいプレイヤーになってくれてます。そして時代を経てストリートファイター6本当に盛り上がってます。このような大きい会場で皆さんのこういった顔を見ながら試合にできる選手たちは本当に幸せだと思います。若いプレイヤーもどんどん入ってきてくれていろんな層のプレイヤーファンの方がいてくれているのを本当に実感しております。シノビズムとしてもですねこういった盛り上がりに本当に微力ながらではあるんですが貢献できたんじゃないかなと思っております。シノビズムとしてはですね活動は一旦ここで幕を下ろすことにはなるんですけれども、新たに参画いただくゼータディビジョン様がですね、こういった自分たちの活動ですとか意思を引き継いでまた業界 SFL を盛り上げてくれるということを非常に楽しみにしております。そして他の参画チームの皆様、カプコン様、そしてストリートファイターリーグの今後の発展を心より願っております。自分たちとしても形は変わりますが引き続きこの業界を盛り上げるように注力してまいります。繰り返しにはなりますが本当に今までたくさんのご支援をいただきありがとうございました。
As an organization, we did have Momochi come say his piece and bid his official farewell to the league as they were there from the very beginning of it, right? I think without the start of Shinobiism Gaming, we wouldn't have had the likes of some of the young players and how influential it was to have this type of movement in Japan in the current era that we had fighting games, right? I think Momochi has been the pillar of that community to launch a successful path for a lot of the younger players out in Japan, right? They had Johnny and Higuchi as part of their team. So they were very much so talking about their gratitude towards being a part of the league. They were just hoping for the best towards next year. So big shout outs to Shinobiism Gaming for really paving the way for all the young guns in Japan.
準備を進行しております。今後もストリートファイターリーグ、ぜひとも皆さんご協力していただきまして盛り上げていきたいと思います。当社カプコンもですね、e スポーツをストリート6を活用し、全社挙げて復旧に進めてまいりたいと思いますので、ぜひともご協力のほどよろしくお願いします。
辻本社長、ありがとうございました。
Aiming the 2025 season to start in August.
来月3月、両国国技館でカプコンカップ11、またストリートファイターリーグ、ワールドチャンピオンシップ開催します。こちらについても、選手の皆さんのご活躍を期待しておりますし、皆さんぜひとも、ご支援いただいてご協力お願いしたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。
Well, back and forth emotions right now.
それでは改めましてストリートファイターリーグプロ JP2024 優勝はグッドエイトスクワットです。皆様盛大な拍手を改めてお送りお願いします。
That was pretty much the roundabout, the whole conclusion of
そして素晴らしい戦いを見せてくれた選手の皆さんにも盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
expect all the action over in Capcom Cup. Man, what about between the two, man? Good 8 squad and Yogibo reject on top of having everybody be in attendance and bring all that action. I am still very, very choked up a little bit. I was talking also to some of my friends out in Japan and telling us all about it, how they've been feeling. They're there in person and also watching the streams. But But as we get into it, again, Capcom Cup, just around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys haven't secured your tickets to Japan just yet, what are you waiting for? If you are allowed to do so, if you're able to do so, having the time and finances to do it, you guys gotta go. Ryo Goku Gikan, right? That's gonna be where it's gonna be held this year. It's gonna be one of the most prestigious halls, a legendary sumo hall, the very first arena for Street Fighter. This is going to be absolutely wild, and we highly encourage you guys to be there, watch it on the streams as well. But also wild, we got Street Fighter League coming back in August. I'm very, very excited for that. With another team stepping up to the plate, I still cannot believe it's State of Division. I am thoroughly ecstatic to see what the roster is looking like for that, man. I have fanboyed for that organization for different sports, and it's been really, really cool to see, man.
I've seen them in other fighting games. I didn't know that their weight was like that, but to see them coming through to support Street Fighter League and give some potential players a big shot, an opportunity, is going to be incredible. I can't wait to see who joins that. Hopefully, maybe some of the Shinobi's and people as well. But as you mentioned, we still have the World Championships to go through. We still have the US and, of course, the EU, which is already established, to go toe-to-toe, blow-to-blow at the finale. Get the US squared away depending on when you're watching this. And we're going to get some final words from our beautiful commentators. Hamiko starts things off. They always look so great. Always dressed in the nines out there. Great appreciation to them, Frida, all that have joined the cast. Nanai, always love to you, brother. I know you watch it from above. It's always great to hear them and their energy and see them and what they give to the scene.
その技術の部分も含めて本当にハイレベルなものがこの場で見られたことを、非常に嬉しく思います。本当に選手の皆さんお疲れ様でした。いい戦いありがとうございました。
Showing their gratitude and how much fun they had throughout the season. Hamiko getting his words in. I mean, being able to talk to him in person while I did the broadcast live over there in their studio. Hamiko was so funny to talk to because he's just as excited as we are over in the States, like in terms of the emotion, right? When I talk to him outside of the broadcast, he's got so much to say about the players and the matches. Same with Aru. I think Aru, he's more of like a calm, collected, the voice actor, big on acting, but he's just like everybody else, man. He is so super excited about how the games turn out. So it's really cool to see that. And also Frida was a big Marvel hit too, so seeing him come in multiple ventures and multiple avenues of esports, like he would also cover like different Valorant events as well, so seeing him come back and forth and lending his voice from the FGC over to tactical shooters has been super cool. And obviously Otto, as he says his piece,
ストリートファイターリーグまだまだみんなの力で成長させていきましょう。本日はありがとうございました。
Obviously, thanks all the fans, all the cheers supporting every single one of the players, the teams, and the event itself. He sends his gratitude from the bottom of his heart.
ご来場いただいて、さらにはこう入場シーンでも盛り上げていただいたりとかで、皆さんの力で今日の本当試合が生まれていると思います。
back you up on how much they love the game, meeting them in person again over at Evo, the very first year Street Fighter 6. As one match would end, they would go with us and go to the next match, cheer, hoot and holler. It was great seeing them in person, have that same sort of energy. Frida says, really thank all the fans. Success was all yours. We see the caravans, we see the passion that all the people have. Just even showing out there, filling out the stands is actually incredible. But even on Twitter, in the streams and everything like that, the fans definitely feverish for the fighting game community, and it's that kind of work that keeps them going. So Frida again gives them thanks.
人も関わっていく人数が増えてきますし、歴史がどんどん生まれていきますので、今年のこの2024年の出来事が来年どんな形でまた皆さんにこう関わっていくか、僕は楽しみだなと思いました。2025年も皆さんよろしくお願いします。
I personally started speaking here from this season, but I get emotional for the history that's already occurred. There's been so much that's happened. He says, thank you all.
And I want to say the exact same thing for each and every one of you guys, from all of us here at our desks to you guys and the viewers. Thank you guys so much for tuning in through the entirety of this season. It's been a banger, and we appreciate you all. All that's left now, raise that trophy, and to see you all at Capcom Cup. Senkola, I appreciate you as always. Myself, Vicious. I gotta thank the production before we go and head off. With that said, that'll be all. We appreciate you guys. Much love. Keep staying tuned. And we'll see you all for the next one. Take care. Much love. Peace out.
グッド8スクワットの皆さん、改めておめでとうございます。次回はストリートファイターリーグワールドチャンピオンシップ2024でお会いいたしましょう。本日はありがとうございました。でここはインパクト割り込めないです。SA2 これ計算なのか。逃げ時間を使って、おおめちゃくちゃ減った。
うわこれうまい。マジか今の。
ドライバーギリギリ戻ってこない。うわー無敵かなんか何か。それか。またしてもこの局面が来た大谷。しかし今回はドライブゲージがある。来たー。ここ一番初の。投げるしのげるか。ジャストー。ジャストさん完璧だ。足から脱出しました。いやしかし止まらない。フードの追い込み。さあそのまましっかりと落としきってのドライブゲージ。うわ下が梅原警戒していた。さあここでバーン途中の山口に対して波動傘で踏み込み上げ、これで体力は追い越したが、この状況バックステップ、ここ一番呼び交っていくのは樋口。あれからさして合気が有利なんですけど、これ次呼び交って終わる可能性ありますよ。あこれ終わったかも。サイコマについている状態でのこれはアンリミテッドサイクラッシャー。まだ続くバーント。うまい。ジョニー落とした。インパクトスターン。目がまたもやシャドウライズ刈り取っている。しかも大リターン。リターン打ちづらいですね。ランドジャンプダイバー当たっている。うわー当たった。ボディからサイコキャノンだ。これはキャノンで拾い直して、そしてし
光とコンボを決めきります。ドリーム行きました。そしてこのドリームを受けてガチャモーバウンド蹴りすぎ。さあインパクトです。すごい1ラウンドだったな。そしてまたもやファーストコンボは上垂直読み勝っている。お持ち狩りゲージが3つ溜まってドライブさんついて後ろだけどうする確定シビアーライバーきれいに当たっている生の大チャンスだったがここからしっきりよくされたら偉いな。いやーまあいいうわー上げてるまだ高く消えた消えた。さあこれなんだもしやー完全に読み切っていた。中足またしても中足。これはもう足りるという判断。別冊後半と捉えてきた。うわー地獄だ。今までインパクト散々通してきてインパクトスタート。3枚目4枚目面を覆いたくなってきたよ。最後で逃げた。最後クラッシャー。川野はもうこれ止めた。千空はジャックパンチで止めている KB。 これはたまるぞ。来るかどうだ超えろ迷いはない。マジかドリームチェイスうわー気持ちを多角的にプレッシャーを受けてくる。スライに込んだいい歩きガード連れていきました。やないまず後ろに下がる小沢。ここまで動きなし。何をやっている。9秒8秒ジャンプボディハローにからどうする。まだある今怖すぎる。歩きながら離れ出している。距離が離れるのは外部と出なかった。これは距離を取って前を追ってきた。うわーやぶまだ残る。数の5どう耐える。これでジャッジがタイムリード折り返した。上から行きづらいがそれでも上から行く。さがタイムリード折り返した。さらに上ジャストパリーで回り込んだ。いいぞ本ちゃんに技を振らせて待っている。一発食らえないがもうジャンプうわーうますぎる。これは落下しろやっべえ減りしてる。SA ゲージは消費せずに大ダメージ。そしてこのジャストからこの一ドットカット4ラッシュしてる。あらら怖いよ。水さラッシュガードいやもうやんない放題だ。ゲージはたまらないとたまらずバーンとしてるシュートも持ってうわー膝通常ヒット使うっしょ。これはシャーを打ち破れるか。レシャ少ないですからね。ラッシュイブル D 上から踏みつけた。ディーリバ上昇竜 SA ゲージは1本持っている。1セルが出てる T2 中段出してきた。シャーどうだこれもう1本できてるぞ。前投げこれは分かんない。どうするさあ前投げ逆投げもう一度いけるか。きただって後ろはさっきはかなり見ている。相打ちで止めていく。あとびかりこれはどうだ。相打ちなの相打ちそんなのか。大されすぎる。インパクトした。逃げている。そして8強系タイプからサポートダメージ。さあこれは削り切れない。上落としたどうだまだうわー我慢した。ステルはジャットバリー今度は効かない。これは効かないでしょうね。見えていました光る秋。かっこいいかっこいい。イーグル当てて投げてやらしいな。怖いよな。使わない。いやーよってかこれで SS ライトニングビスト発動になりました。ゲージ状況もシャウトバスを持っている人形起動している。いやー使ってる。今チップセイでいる。どうだワンチャンかさせている。さあいやこれおこれは
気味力を使っている画面端ですが埋めている。しかも下がみからもしっかり確認して、さあこれはもう最大まで殴り倒してページも貯めて、
はい、ジャンプ中バクション効いている。そうですね、リードが広げられてます。かなり大きく体力リードしてるのは左手が、
うわー痛い、上から45度痛い。うまい。あ、内野していく。おお、そしてきた。オーディーコンゴ、リーサルが見えている。さあラッシュから投げ。いやー、ここで落としている。最高キャノン拾い直した。電車リーサルを見。打撃、これは伸ばして。おお、伸ばった。怖い。どうだ。これ。抜けた。踏める。ゲージはあるぞ、アキラ打ち上げからのスピンドライブスマッシャーは光の秋に届いている。これ次のワンタッチダウンが入ると怖い状況。これでリーサル。さあムネジャーがユーセに逆に効いているか。もうちょっと出た。しかし小技割り込みパーリー。超 USFD ジャストパーリー。この大将戦運命をっている。深かったか、見逃さないでじゃあ。からも削りもある。展開重視差し返し、展開重視差し返し、展開重視差し返し。残りそうですね。ドライブゲージは相当ある。圧倒的優勢。覆せるかがちくん最後中止。せるかがちくん最後中止。からカウンター。うわー、横から貫いてきた。先ほどの雪辱を外して2巡目と同じ組み合わせ。ただ気づいた。で終わった。ガードしている。している、できている。カードの動きが2回目下して大将戦2連勝。オーバーアウェイを入れ替えての4巡目。ベルトレッドソルト届かず。マチャント前に出る。ここは投げる。いや、これリーサル見えたぞ。投げた。